Before we begin, drop a comment and tell me where you're watching from tonight. I read every single one. Now, lights off. Get comfortable. The rain will be here the whole time. Tonight there are 3 stories, 3 true scary biker stories, told in the rain, from riders who saw things they could not explain, on roads they wish they had never taken. The first story is called The Road That Wasn't There. The rain is falling. The engine is running. The road is dark. Let's begin. The rain started at about 9:30 at night, somewhere on a 2-lane highway in the mountains of West Virginia. It did not start gradually the way rain sometimes starts. A few drops on the visor, a faint mist in the headlight beam, a slow build-up from dry to damp to wet. This rain started all at once. 1 second the road was dry and the air was clear and the only sound was the engine. The next second the sky opened and the water came down in a solid wall, as if someone had turned a faucet on directly above the highway and set it to full pressure. The rider's name was Marcus Cole. He was 41 years old. He was riding a 1973 Harley-Davidson Shovelhead, black with a few custom touches that Marcus had added over the years. Ape hanger handlebars, a smaller gas tank, a solo seat with a leather tool bag bolted behind it. The bike was loud even by Harley standards. The straight pipes had no baffles. The exhaust note was a deep, raw bark that echoed off the mountains and carried for miles through the quiet Appalachian valleys. Marcus liked the sound. The sound was a statement. The sound said, "I am here. I exist. The road knows I am on it." Marcus was riding south from Morgantown to his sister's house in Beckley, a distance of about 170 miles through the mountains of central West Virginia. It was a ride he had made dozens of times. He knew the route. He knew the roads. He knew every curve and every bridge and every small town along the way. He could ride it in his sleep, though he never did, because Marcus was a careful rider, a methodical rider, a rider who respected the road and the weather and the particular dangers of riding a heavy motorcycle through the mountains at night. The rain changed everything. The rain turned the familiar road into something else. The pavement that Marcus knew by heart became a black mirror, wet and reflective and treacherous, the yellow center line blurring into a smear of light in the rain, the edges of the road disappearing into the darkness on both sides. The headlight, which normally threw a strong beam about 200 feet ahead, was now diffused by the rain into a soft cone of white that illuminated the falling water, but did not penetrate it. Marcus could see about 50 feet ahead. Beyond 50 feet, the world was rain and darkness. He slowed down. 50 miles an hour became 40. 40 became 35. The tires hissed on the wet pavement. The rain hammered on his helmet with a constant drumming sound that drowned out the engine and filled his head with white noise. Water ran down his visor in streams, distorting his vision, turning the headlight beam into a kaleidoscope of refracted light. He wiped the visor with his left glove every few seconds, but the rain replaced the water as fast as he cleared it. He considered stopping, pulling over under a bridge or at a gas station and waiting for the rain to pass. But the rain did not look like it was going to pass. The sky was uniformly black in every direction, with no lighter patches that might indicate a break in the clouds. This was not a passing shower. This was a system, a large, slow-moving weather system that had settled over the mountains and was going to stay for hours. Marcus kept riding, slowly, carefully, both hands tight on the wet grips, both eyes straining to see the road through the rain and the darkness. The mountains rose on both sides of the highway, invisible in the dark. Their presence felt rather than seen, a sense of mass, of weight, of enormous geological structures pressing in from the edges of the world. At about 10:15, Marcus came to a fork in the road that he did not recognize. This was not possible. Marcus had ridden this highway dozens of times. He knew every intersection, every junction, every place where one road met another. There was no fork on this stretch of highway. There was no junction. There was only the two-lane road running south through the mountains, with no turns and no options and no decisions to make until the next small town, which was about 15 miles ahead. But here was a fork, clear and unmistakable in his headlight beam, despite the rain. The highway continued straight ahead, into the darkness, the yellow center line disappearing into the curtain of water. And to the right, a second road branched off, a narrower road, unpaved, with a surface that looked like gravel or packed dirt, dark with rain, leading away from the highway, about a 30-degree angle into the trees. Marcus stopped. He put both feet on the pavement. The rain drummed on his helmet. The engine idled roughly, the way shovelheads idle in the rain when the moisture gets into the ignition system. He looked at the fork. He looked at the highway continuing straight ahead. He looked at the side road. There was no sign, no marker, no indication of where the side road went or what was at the end of it. Just a narrow, dark road branching off into the trees, disappearing almost immediately into the darkness and the rain. Marcus should have continued straight. He knew this. Every instinct of his rational mind told him to stay on the highway, to keep riding south, to ignore the unmarked side road that he had never seen before, and that should not exist. The rational mind said, "Stay on the road you know." The rational mind said, "Do not take unfamiliar roads in the mountains at night in the rain." The rational mind said, "This is wrong." But something else, something that was not the rational mind, something deeper, something that lived in the part of Marcus's brain that he did not usually listen to, said turn. Marcus turned. He turned right onto the side road. The tires crunched on gravel. The pavement ended. The road surface became rough and uneven, the gravel loose and slippery in the rain. The trees closed in on both sides, dense Appalachian forest, the branches hanging low over the road, dripping with rain, forming a dark canopy that blocked even the faint ambient light of the overcast sky. The road narrowed. The darkness deepened. The headlight beam, already weakened by the rain, was now further diminished by the trees, which absorbed the light the way dark cloth absorbs water. Marcus rode slowly. 20 miles an hour. 15. The road curved gently to the right, then to the left, then to the right again, following the contour of a hillside. The gravel was soft in places, washed out by the rain, and Marcus felt the rear tire slip once, twice, the heavy shovel head shifting beneath him. He corrected automatically the way experienced riders correct, with the body, not the hands, leaning into the slip, letting the bike find its own balance. He rode for about 10 minutes. The road climbed a small ridge, then descended into a narrow hollow. The trees thinned slightly at the bottom of the hollow, and through the rain, Marcus could see very faintly a dim light ahead. Not a headlight, not a street light, a warm light, an amber light, the kind of light that comes from a window, from a building, from a place where people are. The road straightened. The light grew brighter. Marcus rode toward it. The gravel road widened slightly. A few structures appeared on both sides. Dark shapes in the rain, hard to identify at first, but gradually resolving into buildings. Small buildings, wooden buildings, old buildings, houses and shops and structures that looked like they had been standing in this hollow for a very long time. Marcus slowed to a crawl. 5 miles an hour, the shovel head barely above idle, the engine putting softly in the rain. He looked at the buildings on both sides of the road. They were dark. No lights in the windows. No signs of life. Just dark wooden structures wet with rain, standing in a row along the road like sentinels. Except one. One building, about 50 yards ahead on the right side of the road, had a light on. A single light, visible through a front window, casting a warm amber glow onto the wet road in front of the building. The building looked like a small store or a general store, a single-story structure with a flat roof and a wooden porch and a sign above the door that Marcus could not read in the rain and the darkness. Marcus stopped in front of the building. He shut off the engine. The sudden silence was enormous. The rain filled the silence immediately. The constant hissing, drumming, dripping, spattering sound of heavy rain falling on wood and gravel and metal and leaves. But underneath the rain, the silence was total. No other engines, no voices, no televisions, no radios, no sounds of human activity anywhere except the single amber light in the window of the building in front of him. Marcus sat on his motorcycle and looked at the building. The light in the window was steady, not flickering, the way candlelight flickers, not buzzing, the way fluorescent light buzzes. Just steady, warm, amber. The kind of light that old incandescent bulbs produce. The kind of light that existed before LED and fluorescent and halogen. The kind of light that Marcus's grandmother had in her house when Marcus was a child. The porch of the building was covered, providing shelter from the rain. Marcus could see a few objects on the porch. A wooden bench, a metal sign leaning against the wall, a few wooden crates stacked near the door. The door was closed, but the light was on. Marcus needed to get out of the rain. He had been riding in it for almost an hour. His jacket was soaked through. His gloves were soaked through. His boots were full of water. His hands were numb. His face behind the wet visor was cold and stiff. He needed warmth. He needed shelter. He needed to stop and dry off and figure out where he was and how to get back to the highway. He got off the motorcycle. He walked to the porch. He stepped up onto the wooden boards. The boards creaked under his weight. The roof of the porch provided immediate relief from the rain. The drumming on his helmet stopped, replaced by the softer sound of rain on the wooden roof above him. He took off his helmet. He wiped his face with his wet glove, which did not help because the glove was wetter than his face. He looked at the door of the building. The door was wooden, painted a dark color, green maybe, or black, hard to tell in the amber light from the window. There was a small glass panel in the upper half of the door, through which Marcus could see the interior of the building. He looked through the glass. Inside was a small room, a store of some kind, shelves along the walls, holding cans and boxes and jars, a wooden counter at the back with an old brass cash register on it, a few wooden chairs near a pot-bellied stove in the corner. The stove was lit. Marcus could see the faint orange glow of a fire through the small vent holes in the stove's door. That was where the warmth was coming from. That was the source of the amber light. The stove and a single electric light bulb hanging from the ceiling on a wire, covered by a small metal shade. The room was empty. No person behind the counter. No person in the chairs. No person anywhere visible. But the stove was lit. The light was on. Someone had been here recently. Someone had started the fire and turned on the light. Someone was nearby. Marcus knocked on the door. 3 knocks, firm but not aggressive. The knocks echoed inside the building and came back to him through the glass panel. No answer. He knocked again. Louder. 4 knocks. No answer. He tried the door handle. The handle was old, a metal latch, the kind that you press down with your thumb. He pressed it. The latch clicked. The door swung inward, slowly, on old hinges that did not squeak. Marcus stepped inside. The warmth hit him first. After an hour in the cold rain, the warmth of the small room was almost physical, like walking into a wall made of warm air. The pot-bellied stove in the corner was radiating heat in steady waves, and the heat had filled the small room completely, warming the wooden walls and the wooden floor, and the air itself until the entire space was like the inside of a warm pocket. Marcus stood just inside the door, dripping, his boots leaving small puddles on the wooden floor. He looked around. The room was about 20 feet by 15 feet, smaller than he had thought from outside. The shelves along the walls held the kinds of things you would expect in a rural general store: canned goods, bags of flour and sugar, boxes of crackers, jars of jam, bottles of soda. But the brands were wrong. Not wrong old. The canned goods had labels Marcus did not recognize. Not modern labels with bright colors and barcodes. Old labels. Paper labels, slightly yellowed with simple typography and small illustrations. The names on the labels were names Marcus had never heard of. Brands that did not exist anymore. Brands that had been bought by larger companies or had simply gone out of business decades ago. The soda bottles were glass, not plastic. The crackers were in waxed paper boxes, not cellophane bags. The flour was in cloth sacks, not paper bags. Marcus looked at a can on the nearest shelf. He picked it up. It was a can of peaches. The label said Blue Mountain peaches, packed in heavy syrup, product of West Virginia. The label was old, not dusty. The store was remarkably clean, no dust anywhere, but old in the way that old things are old, with a quality of age that cannot be faked. The color of the paper, the style of the printing, the particular shade of blue in the illustration of the mountains on the label. Everything about the can said, "This is from another time." Marcus set the can back on the shelf. He walked to the counter at the back of the room. The brass cash register sat on the counter, its mechanical keys facing the room, its ornate scrollwork gleaming faintly in the amber light. Marcus had seen cash registers like this in antique shops. They were from the early 20th century, maybe the 1920s, maybe the 1930s. They were beautiful machines, intricate, heavy, built with a craftsmanship that modern cash registers did not possess. This one was in perfect condition, not restored, just maintained, kept clean and functional by someone who cared about it. Behind the counter on a small shelf, there was a calendar. A paper calendar, the kind that has a page for each month with a picture above the dates. Marcus looked at the calendar. The picture was a photograph of mountains, Appalachian mountains, green and misty, the kind of photograph you would see on a calendar in a small West Virginia store. The month on the calendar was October. The year on the calendar was 1953. Marcus stared at the calendar. He read the year again, 1953. He looked at the rest of the store, the old labels, the glass bottles, the cloth sacks, the brass cash register, the pot-bellied stove, the single light bulb on a wire. Everything in the room was consistent with the date on the calendar. Everything in the room belonged to 1953. Marcus felt the first real chill of fear. Not from the cold. He was warming up quickly in front of the stove. From the wrongness. From the deep, fundamental wrongness of standing in a store in the mountains of West Virginia that appeared to be frozen in 1953. A store that should not exist. In a town that was not on any map. On a road that he had never seen before, and that should not be there. He heard a sound, a small sound, from behind him, from the direction of the door, a creak, the particular creak of a wooden floorboard under the weight of a person. Marcus turned around. A man was standing in the doorway. The man was old, 70s maybe older. He was wearing overalls, denim overalls, the old-fashioned kind, with brass buckles on the straps. Underneath the overalls, a plaid flannel shirt, buttoned to the neck. Work boots, dark with water. The same kind of work boots that farmers in the Appalachian Mountains have been wearing for 100 years. His hair was white and thin, combed straight back from his forehead. His face was deeply lined, the lines cut by decades of sun and wind and hard living. His eyes were dark, almost black in the amber light of the store. And they were looking at Marcus with an expression that Marcus could not read. Not hostile, not welcoming, just looking, studying. The way a person studies something they have been expecting but are not entirely sure about. "Evening," the man said. His voice was quiet, a mountain voice, the particular accent of the West Virginia highlands, the soft vowels, the clipped consonants, the rhythm that sounds almost like singing if you listen to it long enough. "Evening," Marcus said. His own voice sounded strange to him, too loud, too modern, too out of place in this room with its old calendar and its brass cash register and its pot-bellied stove. "You come in from the rain," the man said. Not a question, a statement. "I did. I was riding on my motorcycle, and the rain got bad. I took a turn off from the highway. I don't know where I am." The man looked at Marcus for a long moment. His dark eyes moved slowly over Marcus's leather jacket, his wet boots, his helmet tucked under his arm. He looked at the door, through which the shovel head was visible on the road outside, its chrome catching the faint amber light from the store window, rain streaming down its tank and pipes. "That's a motorcycle," the man said. "It is, a Harley Davidson." The man nodded slowly, as if confirming something, as if a motorcycle was something he had heard of but had not seen in person in a very long time. "You're welcome to sit by the stove," the man said. "Warm up. Rain's not going to stop anytime soon." "Thank you," Marcus said. He walked to the chairs near the stove. There were 3 of them, wooden chairs, simple, with flat seats and straight backs. The kind of chairs that were made by hand, probably by someone in this town, from local wood. Marcus sat in the nearest one, the warmth of the stove soaked into his wet clothes. Steam began to rise from his jacket. The leather smelled like wet animal. The old man walked behind the counter. He moved slowly but steadily, with the particular gait of a man who has been walking on these floors for many years, and whose body knows every board and every step. He reached under the counter and produced a small ceramic mug. He set it on the counter. He reached under again and produced a metal coffee pot, a percolator, old and dented, the kind that you heat on a stove. He walked to the pot-bellied stove and set the percolator on top. The metal touched the hot surface with a small sizzle. "Coffee'll be ready in a few minutes," the man said. "Thank you," Marcus said again. The man walked back behind the counter. He stood there, his hands resting on the wooden surface, and he looked at Marcus with those dark eyes, not staring, just looking. The patient look of a storekeeper who has all the time in the world and is in no hurry to fill it with conversation. Marcus looked around the room again. He looked at the shelves, at the cans and the bottles and the boxes, at the calendar, October 1953. He looked at the man behind the counter. "Can I ask you something?" Marcus said. "You can ask." "What is this place? This town? I've ridden through these mountains a lot of times. I've never seen this road. I've never seen this town." The man was quiet for a moment. He looked at Marcus. He looked at the window where the rain was visible streaming down the glass, distorting the view of the dark road and the dark buildings outside. "This is Hollow Creek," the man said. "Been here a long time." "Hollow Creek? Is that the name of the town?" "That's the name. I can't find it on any map." The man almost smiled. Almost. The corners of his mouth moved slightly, but the smile did not fully form. It stayed in the space between an expression and an intention, like a word that is thought but not spoken. "No," the man said. "I don't suppose you can." Marcus felt the chill again, the wrongness chill, the chill that had nothing to do with his wet clothes and everything to do with the fact that he was sitting in a store in a town called Hollow Creek that was not on any map, talking to a man in overalls who had a calendar on his wall that said 1953, and that the coffee was percolating on a pot-bellied stove, and that outside in the rain, his Harley-Davidson shovelhead was sitting on a road that should not exist. The coffee pot began to bubble. The man walked to the stove. He picked up the pot with a folded cloth to protect his hand from the heat. He poured coffee into the ceramic mug. He brought the mug to Marcus. Marcus took it. The mug was warm in his cold hands. The coffee was dark and strong and smelled like the kind of coffee that people made before drip machines and K-cups and espresso bars. Coffee that was boiled, not brewed. Coffee that had been sitting on a hot stove for a while and had developed the particular thick bitterness that comes from over-extraction. It was not good coffee by modern standards, but it was warm. And in this room, in this rain, in this town that did not exist, warm was everything. Marcus drank. The coffee burned going down. He felt it hit his stomach and radiate outward, a small bloom of warmth spreading through his cold body. He took another sip. "How long has this store been here?" Marcus asked. "Since my father built it," the man said. 1922. 1922. That's right. And the town. "How long has the town been here?" "Since before the store. Since before my father. Since before anyone remembers." Marcus looked at the window. Through the rain-streaked glass, he could see the dark shapes of the other buildings along the road. Silent, lightless, empty-looking, but standing, still standing. "Are there other people here?" Marcus asked. "In the town?" The man was quiet for a long moment, the kind of long moment that happens when a person is deciding how much to say. "There are people here?" the man said. "Where?" "In their houses. Sleeping. It's late. How many people?" "Enough." Marcus looked at the man. The man looked back. The dark eyes were steady, patient, unreadable, not hostile, not threatening, but not forthcoming either. The man was answering Marcus's questions with the minimum amount of information necessary. The way a person answers questions when they are not lying, but are also not telling the whole truth. "I need to get back to the highway," Marcus said. "Route 19. Can you tell me how to get there from here?" "The road you came in on will take you back," the man said. "Same way you came." "How far is it?" "Not far. A few miles." "And there's no other way? No other road out of here?" The man looked at Marcus. The almost smile appeared again, the same barely there movement of the corners of his mouth. "There's only one road in and out of Hollow Creek," the man said. "Always has been." Marcus finished his coffee. He set the mug on the floor beside his chair. He stood up. His clothes were still damp, but the warmth from the stove had taken the worst of the chill out of them. His hands were functional again. His face was warm. "Thank you for the coffee," Marcus said. "What do I owe you?" "Nothing," the man said. "Coffee's free for travelers." "Thank you. I should get going. Before the rain gets worse." "It's not going to get worse," the man said. "It's not going to get better either. It's just going to rain." Marcus walked to the door. He stopped. He turned back to the man behind the counter. "One more question," Marcus said. "Go ahead. The calendar on the wall behind you. It says 1953. The man did not turn around to look at the calendar. He did not need to. He knew what it said. He looked at Marcus with his dark, steady eyes. "Does it?" the man said. Not a question. Marcus looked at him for a long moment. The room was warm. The stove crackled softly. The rain drummed on the roof. The amber light from the single bulb made everything in the room look old and golden and slightly unreal, like a photograph that has been left in the sun too long. "Good night," Marcus said. "Good night," the man said. "Be careful on the road. It gets dark out there." Marcus pushed open the door and stepped out onto the porch. The rain hit him immediately. He pulled on his helmet. He walked down the porch steps to his motorcycle. He got on. He started the engine. The shovel head rumbled to life, the sound enormous in the quiet town, echoing off the dark buildings, filling the hollow with its deep mechanical voice. He looked back at the store. Through the window, he could see the man behind the counter, standing exactly where he had been standing, his hands on the wooden surface, his dark eyes watching Marcus through the rain-streaked glass. Marcus put the bike in gear. He turned around on the narrow road. He rode back the way he had come, north, through the town, past the dark buildings, past the silent houses, back toward the gravel road that led to the highway. And as he rode, he noticed something that he had not noticed on the way in. The buildings were not just dark. They were wrong. Marcus rode slowly through the town, heading back the way he had come, his headlights sweeping across the buildings on both sides of the road. The rain was still falling hard, the water streaming down his visor, the gravel road soft and slippery beneath his tires. But now his eyes were open. Now he was looking, really looking, at the buildings, at the town, and the things he had not noticed when he rode in because he had been cold and wet and focused on finding shelter. The buildings were wrong, not damaged, not ruined, not falling apart. That would have been normal. Abandoned buildings in the Appalachian Mountains fall apart all the time. The roofs cave in, the walls lean, the porches collapse, the windows break. Entropy does its work. Time does its work. The mountains reclaim what was built on them, slowly, patiently, one rotting board at a time. These buildings were not falling apart. These buildings were intact. Every wall was straight. Every roof was level. Every window was unbroken. The porches were solid. The steps were even. The doors were closed and appeared to be functional. The buildings looked like they had been built recently and maintained carefully. Except for one detail. They were old. Not just old. Ancient. The wood of the buildings had the particular gray-silver color that wood develops only after decades of exposure to mountain weather. The grain was raised and rough, the softer wood between the grain lines having been worn away by rain and wind and freezing and thawing, leaving behind a textured surface that felt like corduroy under the fingertips. The metal hardware, hinges, latches, nails, was rusted a deep brown red, the kind of rust that takes many years to develop. The glass in the windows was wavy, the old hand-blown glass that was common in the early part of the century, with small imperfections and bubbles trapped inside, distorting whatever was behind it into soft, wavering shapes. The buildings were old, decades old, maybe a century old, but they were in perfect condition, as if time had aged them but had not damaged them, as if the years had passed through the buildings the way sunlight passes through glass, changing the color, changing the quality of the light, but not breaking anything, not wearing anything down, not destroying anything. This was wrong. Marcus knew it was wrong. Wood does not survive 100 years of Appalachian weather without rotting. Nails do not survive 100 years of rain without corroding through. Glass does not survive 100 years of mountain storms without cracking. Buildings that are not maintained do not remain in perfect condition, and buildings that are maintained require a maintainer, a person, a community, a reason for the maintaining. But the town was dark. The town was silent. The only light was the store behind him growing smaller in his mirror. The only sound was his engine and the rain. The only person he had seen was the old man behind the counter. If there were other people in the houses, the people the old man said were sleeping, they gave no sign of it. No light through any window, no smoke from any chimney, no car in any driveway, no dog in any yard, nothing. Marcus counted the buildings as he passed them. He counted 12 on the left side of the road and 9 on the right. 21 buildings total. Some were clearly houses, small wooden structures with front porches and curtained windows. Some were larger and might have been businesses or public buildings, a structure that looked like it might have been a church with a small steeple on top, a structure that looked like it might have been a schoolhouse with a bell tower, a structure that looked like it might have been a blacksmith shop with a wide door and a chimney made of stone, a blacksmith shop. Marcus noticed this and the wrongness deepened. Blacksmith shops had not been common in American towns since the early 1900s. By the 1920s and 1930s, most blacksmith shops had been converted into garages or machine shops. By the 1940s, they were almost completely gone. A town with a standing, intact blacksmith shop was not a town from 1953. It was a town from much earlier. Marcus rode past the last building, a small house on the left, with a porch and a rocking chair on the porch. The chair perfectly still, not rocking, as if it had been placed there by someone who intended to sit in it, but had never come back, and the town ended. The road continued into the trees. The buildings were behind him. The headlight beam showed only the narrow gravel road and the dark forest pressing in from both sides. He rode for about a minute. Then he stopped. Something was pulling at him. A feeling. Not curiosity. He had been curious when he entered the town, and curiosity had been satisfied by the store and the old man and the coffee. This was something else. Something more insistent. A nagging awareness that he had missed something. That there was a detail he had noticed without realizing he had noticed it. A detail that was sitting in the back of his mind, unprocessed, waiting to be examined. Marcus sat on his idling motorcycle in the rain and thought. What had he seen? What was nagging at him? The buildings, the old wood, the perfect condition, the blacksmith shop, the church, the schoolhouse, the calendar that said 1953, the old man in overalls, the brass cash register, the canned goods with labels from brands that no longer existed. And then it came to him, the thing he had noticed without noticing, the thing that was wrong in a way that was different from all the other wrong things, the rocking chair on the porch of the last house. The rocking chair was not empty. Marcus had seen it as he passed, a brief glimpse, a fraction of a second. His headlight had swept across the porch of the last house and had illuminated the rocking chair for about half a second before moving on. In that half second, Marcus's eyes had registered the chair, and Marcus's eyes had registered something in the chair, a shape, a form, a person. Someone was sitting in the rocking chair on the porch of the last house, in the dark, in the rain, at 10:30 at night, not rocking, just sitting, perfectly still, Marcus looked behind him. The road was dark. The town was behind him, invisible in the rain and the night. He could not see the last house. He could not see the porch. He could not see the rocking chair. But the image was in his mind. The brief flash of the headlight across the porch, the shape in the chair, the stillness. Had he imagined it? Was his mind, already unsettled by the wrongness of the town, creating things that were not there? Filling empty chairs with phantom occupants? Seeing shapes in the shadows that were just shadows? Marcus did not think so. Marcus was a machinist. Marcus dealt in facts. Marcus's eyes were trained to see what was there, not what he expected to be there, or feared might be there. His eyes had seen a shape in the chair, a human shape, sitting still, in the dark, in the rain, and the shape had been looking at him. Marcus felt the fear deepen. Not the wrongness, fear that he had been feeling since he entered the town. A different fear, a more primal fear. The fear of being watched. The fear of knowing that somewhere in the darkness behind you, a pair of eyes is fixed on your back, and the eyes belong to someone you cannot see and do not know, and cannot understand. Marcus opened the throttle. The shovel head roared. The rear tire spun briefly on the wet gravel, throwing a small spray of stones behind him, and then the tire caught and the motorcycle lurched forward and Marcus rode. Fast. Faster than was safe on a wet gravel road in the dark. The headlight bounced wildly as the front wheel hit bumps and ruts in the road. The trees blurred past on both sides. The rain hammered his visor. He did not slow down. He didn't look back. He rode toward the highway with the single-minded urgency of a man who needs to get out of a place that is not right, and who knows, with a certainty that goes beyond rational thought, that the place behind him is not a place he should stay. The gravel road climbed the ridge. The trees thinned. The road surface improved slightly, firmer gravel, fewer ruts. Marcus rode up the ridge and over the top and down the other side, and the road leveled out and widened, and the surface changed from gravel to pavement, and suddenly, with the abruptness of waking from a dream, he was on the highway, Route 19, the two-lane highway he knew, the yellow center line, the paved shoulders, the familiar road through the familiar mountains. He was back. Marcus stopped on the shoulder. He put both feet down. He shut off the engine. He sat in the rain, breathing hard, his heart pounding, his hands shaking on the grips. He turned and looked behind him. The side road was gone. The place where he had turned off the highway, the fork that should not have been there, the gravel road that led to Hollow Creek, was not there. The highway continued straight in both directions. There was no fork. There was no side road. There was no gravel. There was just the highway and the rain and the dark mountains and the yellow center line disappearing into the darkness. Marcus sat on his motorcycle on the shoulder of Route 19 and looked at the place where the road had been and wasn't anymore. The rain fell. The wind blew. A car passed heading north, its tires hissing on the wet pavement, its taillights disappearing around a curve. A normal car, on a normal road. In the normal world, the road to Hollow Creek was gone. Marcus started the engine. He rode south, toward Beckley, toward his sister's house, toward the lights and the warmth and the reality of a world he understood. He rode at 45 miles an hour, steady, careful, his eyes on the road, his hands on the grips, his mind racing behind the calm exterior of his body. He reached his sister's house at about 11:30. He parked the shovelhead in her driveway. He went inside. His sister Janet was asleep. He did not wake her. He went to the guest room. He took off his wet clothes. He put on dry clothes from his saddlebag. He lay on the bed. He stared at the ceiling. He did not sleep, not because he was afraid. The fear had faded mostly, replaced by the duller weight of confusion and uncertainty. He did not sleep because his mind would not stop working. His machinist's mind, the mind that needed to measure and categorize and explain, the mind that could not accept what had happened without assigning it to a category. And there was no category for what had happened. There was no measurement that could contain it. There was no tolerance within which it could be placed. A town that was not on any map. A store with a calendar from 1953. An old man who said the town had been there since before anyone remembered. Buildings that were 100 years old and in perfect condition. A road that existed and then did not exist. A rocking chair with someone sitting in it in the dark. These things could not be measured. These things could not be explained. These things existed outside the machinist's world, in a space that Marcus had never visited before, and that he was not sure he wanted to visit again. But the coffee had been real. The warmth of the stove had been real. The man behind the counter had been real. The gravel under his tires had been real. Whatever Hollow Creek was, a ghost town, a time slip, a hallucination, a place between places, it had been real enough to warm Marcus's hands and fill his stomach and send him back to the highway with the taste of strong black coffee on his tongue. Marcus lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling and listened to the rain on the roof of his sister's house and thought about Hollow Creek until the rain stopped and the dawn came and the mountains turned from black to gray to green. He did not tell Janet about Hollow Creek in the morning. He did not tell anyone about Hollow Creek for a long time. But 2 weeks later, he went back. Marcus could not stay away. He tried. For 2 weeks after the night in Hollow Creek, he went about his normal life. He went to work at the machine shop in Morgantown where he was a foreman. He ate dinner at the same diners. He drank beer at the same bar. He rode his shovelhead on the same roads. He did everything the same way he had always done it, with the same routine and the same precision and the same careful attention to the measurable world. But Hollow Creek was inside him. The town was in his thoughts the way a song gets in your head, playing on a loop, quietly, constantly underneath everything else. The amber light of the store, the dark eyes of the old man, the calendar that said 1953, the perfect old buildings, the rocking chair, the coffee, the road that existed and then did not. Marcus told himself it was a dream. He told himself it was fatigue. He told himself it was a hallucination caused by cold and rain and the particular disorientation that comes from riding a motorcycle through mountains at night in bad weather. He told himself all the rational things that a rational man tells himself when something irrational has happened. But the coffee had been real. Marcus could still taste it. Not literally, not after 2 weeks, but in his memory. The thick, bitter taste of overboiled coffee in a ceramic mug. The warmth of the mug in his cold hands. The steam rising from the dark surface. These were not the details of a dream. Dreams do not have taste. Dreams do not have the particular weight of a ceramic mug. Dreams do not have the smell of wood smoke from a pot-bellied stove. Hollow Creek was real. Whatever it was real. And Marcus needed to go back. He went back on a Saturday night at the end of October, 2 weeks after the first visit. He rode the same route, south on Route 19 from Morgantown, through the mountains, through the dark. The weather was different this time. No rain, clear sky. Cold, low 30s, cold enough that Marcus wore a heavy jacket over his leather and thick gloves over his regular gloves. The stars were out. The mountains were black silhouettes against the star-filled sky. He rode to the approximate location where the fork had appeared. He had marked it in his memory. About 15 miles south of a small town called Flatwoods, just past a bridge over a narrow creek, on a stretch of highway where the road curved gently to the right. He had passed this spot 100 times over the years without ever seeing a side road. But 2 weeks ago, in the rain, in the dark, the side road had been there. Marcus slowed down. He approached the spot. The highway curved gently to the right. The bridge over the creek was ahead. The stretch of road where the fork should be was directly in front of him. No fork. No side road. No gravel road branching off into the trees. Just the highway, curving right exactly as it always did. The trees on both sides were thick and unbroken. There was no gap, no opening, no indication that a road had ever existed here or could ever exist here. Marcus stopped on the shoulder. He shut off the engine. He sat in the silence and the cold and the starlight and looked at the trees. Dense Appalachian forest, oaks and hemlocks and rhododendrons. No road, no gap, nothing. He got off the motorcycle. He walked to the edge of the pavement. He stepped off the road and into the tree line. The ground was soft, leaf litter and moss and the particular spongy texture of forest soil in the Appalachian Mountains. He took a few steps into the trees. He pushed through a rhododendron thicket. He looked around. Trees. More trees. No road. No gravel. No evidence that a road had ever been here. He went back to the motorcycle. He sat on it for about 10 minutes thinking. The stars turned slowly overhead. The cold seeped into his bones. Then he started the engine and rode home. He came back the next Saturday. Same time, same location, same result. No fork, no road, no town. Just the highway and the trees and the cold, dark mountains. He came back the Saturday after that, and the Saturday after that, and the Saturday after that. 5 Saturdays in a row. 5 trips to the same spot on Route 19. 5 times sitting on the shoulder of the road, looking at the trees, finding nothing. On the 6th Saturday, it rained. The rain started at about 9 o'clock, the same time it had started on the night of his first visit. Marcus was on Route 19, heading south, about 10 miles from the spot. The rain came on suddenly. 1 second dry, the next second a downpour. The same wall of water. The same instant transition from clear to storm. As if the rain were not weather but a switch being flipped. Dry. Wet. Now, Marcus felt something change inside him. The rain was the key. He knew it immediately, the way he knew things about machines. Instinctively in his hands and his body, before his mind could form the thought into words. The rain was the key. The road to Hollow Creek did not exist in dry weather. The road only existed in the rain. He accelerated. The shovelhead surged forward through the downpour. The rain hammered his helmet. The road blurred. He rode fast, 60, 65, 70, toward the spot, toward the bridge, toward the curve. He came around the curve. The headlights swept across the road ahead. And there it was. The fork. The same fork. The highway continuing straight ahead. And to the right, a narrower road branching off into the trees. The gravel road. The road to Hollow Creek. Exactly where it had been before. Exactly the same. As if it had been there the whole time, invisible in dry weather, waiting for the rain to reveal it. The way certain inks are invisible until they are exposed to a specific wavelength of light. Marcus turned right. The gravel crunched under his tires. The trees closed in. The road narrowed. The darkness deepened. Everything was the same as the first visit. The same curves. The same climb over the ridge. The same descent into the hollow. The same dim amber light ahead. He rode into Hollow Creek for the second time. The town was the same. The buildings were the same. Dark, silent, perfectly maintained, impossibly old. The road was the same. Narrow, gravel, running through the center of the town. The store was the same. The amber light in the window, the pot-bellied stove visible through the glass, the warmth. Marcus parked in front of the store. He shut off the engine. He got off the motorcycle. He walked to the porch. He pushed open the door. The store was the same. The shelves with the old labels. The brass cash register. The pot-bellied stove crackling with a fresh fire. The single light bulb on the wire. The calendar on the wall behind the counter. October 1953. The same month, the same year. 2 weeks had passed in Marcus's world. No time had passed in Hollow Creek. The calendar had not been turned. The date had not changed. The town was frozen. The town was caught in its own time, turning endlessly through the same October, the same 1953, the same rain. The old man was behind the counter. Same overalls, same plaid shirt, same dark eyes, same expression. The patient, unreadable look of a storekeeper who has all the time in the world because time, in his world, does not move. "You came back," the man said, not surprised, not pleased, just stating a fact. "I came back," Marcus said. "Sit down, coffee's on the stove." Marcus sat. The man poured coffee, the same ceramic mug, the same thick, bitter coffee, the same warmth spreading through Marcus's cold, wet body. They sat in silence for a while. The rain drummed on the roof. The stove crackled. The amber light filled the small room with its warm glow. "I have questions," Marcus said. "I know you do," the man said. "Will you answer them?" The man looked at Marcus for a long time. The dark eyes were steady, patient, old. Not just old in years, old in a way that Marcus could not define, old in a way that suggested the man behind the counter had been standing behind the counter for longer than any human being should be able to stand behind a counter, old in a way that made Marcus's skin tighten slightly on the back of his neck. "I'll answer what I can," the man said. "What is this place?" "Hollow Creek." "I know the name. What is it? Why isn't it on any map? Why can't I find the road unless it's raining? Why does your calendar say 1953? The man was quiet for a long time. He looked at the stove. He looked at the window where the rain was streaming down the glass. He looked at the shelves with their old labels and their old products. He looked at the cash register. He looked at everything in his store with the slow, careful gaze of a man who is seeing it all clearly, perhaps for the first time in a long time, through the eyes of someone who has noticed that it is wrong. "Hollow Creek is a town that stopped," the man said. Stopped? Stopped. The way a clock stops. The way a heart stops. The way a road stops when it reaches the edge of a cliff and there is nowhere else to go. Hollow Creek stopped in October of 1953 and has not moved since. Why? The man looked at Marcus. The dark eyes were deep and steady and very, very old. "Because something happened in October of 1953, the man said. "Something that the town could not survive. And instead of dying, the town stopped. It froze. It held itself in the last moment before the thing that happened, and it has been holding itself there ever since. 70-some years by your time. No time at all by ours." Marcus felt the cold again, the deep cold. The cold that had nothing to do with the rain or the temperature or his wet clothes. "What happened?" Marcus asked. "What happened in October of 1953? The man did not answer. He picked up his coffee cup. He took a slow sip. He set it down. He looked at Marcus with an expression that had changed. The patient, unreadable look was gone, replaced by something else. Something that looked in the amber light of the store, very much like sadness. "That's a question I can't answer tonight," the man said. "Come back. If you want to know, come back." "Come back when?" "When it rains." Marcus looked at the man. The man looked back. The sadness was there, deep and old and patient, like everything else in Hollow Creek. A sadness that had been carried for 70 years without being set down. A sadness that was part of the town, the way the wood was part of the buildings, and the gravel was part of the road, and the rain was part of the night. Marcus finished his coffee. He stood up. He walked to the door. "One more thing," Marcus said. "Go ahead." "The last house. On the south end of town. There's a rocking chair on the porch. When I rode through the first time, I thought I saw someone sitting in it. In the dark. In the rain." The man was quiet. The sadness deepened in his eyes. "Did you?" the man said, quietly, not asking whether Marcus had seen correctly, asking something else, something Marcus could not quite identify. "Who was it?" Marcus asked. The man looked at the stove. The fire crackled softly behind the small vent holes. "That's the same question," the man said, "and the answer is the same. Come back when it rains." Marcus walked out of the store. He got on his motorcycle. He rode back through the town, past the dark buildings, past the church with the steeple, past the schoolhouse with the bell tower, past the blacksmith shop with the stone chimney, past the last house. Marcus slowed as he passed it. He looked at the porch. He looked at the rocking chair. The chair was occupied. A figure, sitting in the chair, in the dark, in the rain, not rocking, just sitting, perfectly still. Marcus could not see the face. The darkness was too deep. The rain was too heavy. The figure was just a shape, a human shape, sitting in a rocking chair on a porch, in a town that had stopped in 1953. But this time Marcus saw one detail that he had not seen before. The figure's hands were resting on the arms of the rocking chair, and the hands were small, not the hands of a man, not the hands of an adult, small hands, the hands of a child. Marcus rode out of Hollow Creek. He rode up the ridge. He rode down the other side. He reached the highway. He turned south toward Beckley. He rode through the rain. Behind him, the road to Hollow Creek faded into the darkness and the trees. The fork disappeared. The gravel vanished. The road ceased to exist. And in the last house, in the rocking chair on the porch, in the rain, in the town that had stopped in 1953, a small figure sat perfectly still and watched the road where the motorcycle had been. The rain continued to fall. The town continued to wait. The clock continued to not tick. And the story of what happened in Hollow Creek in October of 1953, the story that the old man could not tell and that Marcus needed to hear, continued to sit in the silence of the frozen town, patient and heavy and old, waiting for the next time it rained. Marcus came back 3 weeks later, the first Saturday night in November that it rained. He had been watching the weather forecasts every day, waiting for rain, the way a farmer watches for rain but for entirely different reasons. When the forecast for Saturday showed heavy rain starting in the evening, Marcus felt something in his chest, not excitement, not fear, something in between. The feeling a person gets when they are about to learn something they have been needing to learn and are not sure they are ready for. He rode south on Route 19. The rain started at about 8:45, earlier than the previous 2 visits. The wall of water came down the same way it always came. Sudden, total, instant. 1 second dry, the next second a deluge. Marcus rode through it without slowing down. He knew the rain now. The rain was not the obstacle. The rain was the door. He reached the spot, the curve, the bridge, and the fork was there. The gravel road branching off to the right, into the trees, into the darkness, into the hollow where Hollow Creek sat in its endless October of 1953. Marcus turned right. He rode down the gravel road, over the ridge, into the hollow, past the dark buildings, to the store, the amber light, the pot-bellied stove, the door that opened when he pushed it. The old man was there, behind the counter, same position, same overalls, same dark eyes. As if he had not moved since Marcus left 3 weeks ago. As if time between Marcus's visits was not time at all, but a pause, a held breath, a suspended note, a comma in a sentence that had been waiting to continue. "You came back," the man said. "It's raining," Marcus said. "It's always raining." Marcus sat in the chair by the stove. The man poured coffee. The same mug, the same coffee, the same warmth, the same amber light. Everything the same. Everything always the same in Hollow Creek. "I want to know what happened," Marcus said, "in October 1953. You said the town stopped. I want to know why." The man set the coffee pot back on the stove. He walked to the counter. He stood behind it, his hands flat on the wooden surface, the way he always stood. He looked at Marcus. "You sure?" the man said. "I'm sure." The man took a long, slow breath. He let it out. He looked at the stove. He looked at the window. He looked at the calendar on the wall. October 1953. The same page, the same month, the same year, forever. "There was a mine," the man said, "about 2 miles up the hollow above the town. A coal mine. Small operation, employed about 30 men from the town. Most of the men in Hollow Creek worked the mine. My father worked it. My brothers worked it. I worked it for a while before I took over the store." He paused. The rain drummed on the roof. The stove crackled. The mine was old. Been there since the 1890s. The company that owned it was a small outfit out of Charleston. 2 brothers named Garfield, who had bought the mineral rights from a timber company that had logged the ridge in the 1880s. The Garfields were not bad men. They were not good men either. They were businessmen. They cared about the coal. They did not care much about the men who dug it out. The mine had problems. Every old mine has problems. Bad ventilation, bad drainage, bad support timbers. The kind of problems that kill men slowly over years, through lung disease and roof collapses, and the 1,000 small injuries that accumulate in a body that goes underground every day. But the men worked the mine because the mine was the only work. Hollow Creek was a small town in a hollow in the mountains, and the mine was the only reason the town existed. And without the mine, there would be no town. The man paused again. He picked up his coffee cup. He held it but did not drink. In October of 1953, the mine collapsed. The word collapsed fell into the room like a stone into still water. The ripples spread outward through the silence, through the amber light, through the warmth of the stove. Not a partial collapse, not a section of tunnel caving in. A full collapse. The whole mine, every tunnel, every shaft, every chamber. The entire underground structure gave way at once, as if the mountain had decided all at once to close its mouth and swallow everything inside it. It happened on a Monday, October 19th, 1953. At about 11 in the morning, 26 men were inside the mine. 26 men from Hollow Creek. Fathers and sons and brothers and cousins and neighbors. 26 men who had gone underground that morning the same way they went underground every morning, with their lunch pails and their helmets and their lamps and the particular resigned courage of men who know that the work is dangerous, but who do the work anyway because the work is all there is. The man's voice was very quiet now, not a whisper, just quiet, the way voices get when they are telling the part of the story that costs the most. All 26 men died, every one. The collapse was total. The rescue teams came from Charleston and from other mines in the county, and they dug for 4 days, and they found nothing. No survivors, no bodies. The mountain had taken everything. The mountain had closed over the men the way water closes over a stone, completely, seamlessly, without leaving any trace. Marcus sat in the chair and felt the weight of the story pressing down on him. 26 men, in a town that probably had no more than 100 people. 26 men meant almost every adult male in the town, almost every father, almost every husband, almost every son who was old enough to work. The mine collapse had not just killed 26 men, it had killed the town. What happened after? Marcus asked. After? The man repeated. The word sounded strange in his mouth, as if after was a concept that did not fully apply to Hollow Creek. After. The women and children stayed for a while. The company sent some money. Not much. The state sent some people. They talked about relocating the families to other towns. A few families left. Most stayed. They stayed because this was their home and because their men were in the mountain, and leaving felt like leaving the men behind. But a town without men, a town without workers, without income, without the mine, is a town that cannot survive. The store ran low on supplies, and the delivery trucks stopped coming because the road was bad and the town was small, and there was no profit in supplying a town of women and children in a hollow in the mountains. The school closed because there were not enough children and the teacher left. The church kept going for a while. The preacher was old and had not worked the mine. But the preacher died in the winter of 1954, and nobody replaced him. The town should have died. The town should have emptied out over the next few years, the way mining towns always empty out when the mine closes. The families should have scattered to Charleston, to other coal towns, to the cities. Hollow Creek should have become another ghost town in the Appalachian Mountains, another collection of rotting buildings in a hollow that nobody visits. The man looked at Marcus. The dark eyes were full of the sadness that Marcus had seen on his second visit. But now the sadness was deeper. Now the sadness was the whole story. But the town didn't die, the man said. The town stopped. What do you mean, stopped? I mean what I said. The town stopped. On the day of the collapse, October 19th, 1953, at about 11 in the morning, the town stopped. The clock stopped. The calendar stopped. The weather stopped. It was raining that day. The same rain you ride through every time you come here. The same rain that has been falling on Hollow Creek since October 19th, 1953. The rain stopped and the sun stopped and the season stopped and time stopped. Everything stopped. The people stopped too. The women, the children, the old preacher, me, everyone who was in the town when the mine collapsed, everyone who was above ground while the men were below ground. We stopped. We are still here. We are still in October of 1953. We are still waiting for the men to come out of the mine. Marcus set his coffee cup on the floor. He looked at the man behind the counter. He looked at the calendar. October 1953. He looked at the shelves with their old products. He looked at the stove. He looked at everything in the room, and he understood, for the first time, what he was looking at. He was not looking at a store that had been preserved. He was not looking at a town that had been maintained. He was looking at a moment, a single, frozen moment. The moment when 26 men were buried alive in a mountain and the town above them stopped breathing and never started again. The person in the rocking chair, Marcus said, at the last house. The man looked at the stove. The sadness in his eyes was enormous. That's Annie, the man said. Annie Whitmore. She's 10 years old. She was 10 years old on October 19th, 1953, and she is 10 years old now. Her father was in the mine. Her father's name was Robert Whitmore. He was the foreman. He was 34 years old. Annie was sitting on the porch when the mountain collapsed. She heard the sound. Everyone in the town heard the sound. A deep rumble that came up through the ground and shook the buildings and rattled the windows and went on for about 15 seconds and then stopped. And when the sound stopped, the world stopped. And Annie has been sitting on the porch since then, waiting for her father to come home from the mine. Marcus felt something break inside him, not his heart. The word heartbreak is too simple for what he felt. Something deeper, something more structural, the fundamental framework through which he understood the world, the machinist's framework, the framework of measurements and tolerances and physical laws, cracked, not destroyed, but cracked, permanently. A 10-year-old girl sitting on a porch in the rain waiting for her father for 70 years, in the same rain, in the same darkness, in the same moment. A 10-year-old girl who would be 80 now in the real world, but who was still 10 in Hollow Creek, because Hollow Creek had stopped on the day her father died. A 10-year-old girl frozen in the last moment of hope, the moment before the hope died, the moment when her father might still come walking up the road from the mine, alive, dusty, tired, calling her name. "Can she see me?" Marcus asked. His voice was rough. "When I ride through, can she see me?" "She can see you. She sees everything that comes through Hollow Creek. She's been watching the road since 1953, waiting for someone to come up the road from the direction of the mine. Every time someone comes, and you're not the first, Marcus, people find the road sometimes, in the rain. Every time someone comes, Annie watches. She watches to see if it's her father. It's never her father. No, the man said. It's never her father. The store was very quiet. The rain fell. The stove crackled. The amber light held everything in its warm glow. And Marcus sat in his chair and felt the tears coming. Not the tears of fear, not the tears of confusion, but the tears of grief. Grief for a 10-year-old girl on a porch. Grief for 26 men in a mountain. Grief for a town that loved its men so much that it refused to let the day they died become yesterday. "Why are you telling me this?" Marcus asked. "Why can I come here? Why can I see this?" The man looked at Marcus for a long time, the longest look yet, the dark eyes searching Marcus's face for something. Permission, maybe, or readiness, or the particular quality of character that allows a person to receive a truth that most people could not carry. "Because you came back," the man said. "Most people who find Hollow Creek don't come back. They find the road in the rain. They ride through the town. They see the buildings and the store and the dark windows. And they get scared. And they ride away. And they never come back. The road doesn't open for them again. And the rain doesn't show them the way. Hollow Creek lets them go because they're not ready. But you came back. 3 times now. You came back because you needed to know. And needing to know. The real need, the deep need, the need that comes from caring about the truth, even when the truth is terrible. That is the thing that opens the road. That is the thing that Hollow Creek responds to. Responds to? The town responds. The town is alive, Marcus. Not alive the way you're alive. Not alive the way the trees are alive or the creek is alive. Alive the way grief is alive. Alive the way love is alive. The town is made of the love that the women and children had for the men in the mine. That love stopped the town. That love froze the moment. That love keeps the rain falling and the stove burning and the calendar on October 1953. The town is a monument built out of love and grief, and it has been standing for 70 years, and it will stand for 70 more, and 70 more after that, because the love that built it does not expire. Marcus wiped his face. He looked at the man. "What do you want from me?" Marcus asked. The man was quiet. He looked at the window, at the rain, at the darkness beyond the glass. "Nothing," the man said. "I don't want anything from you, but Annie does." Annie, the girl on the porch? Annie wants someone to stop. Everyone who comes through Hollow Creek rides through without stopping. They see the dark buildings and the empty road, and they ride through and they leave. Nobody stops at the last house. Nobody stops to talk to Annie. Nobody stops to tell her that they see her sitting on the porch in the rain, waiting for her father. She wants someone to stop. She wants someone to see her. She's been sitting on that porch for 70 years, and nobody has ever stopped. Marcus looked at the door of the store. Beyond the door, through the rain, beyond the dark buildings of Hollow Creek, at the far end of the road, was the last house. And on the porch of the last house, in the rocking chair, in the rain, was a 10-year-old girl named Annie Whitmore, who had been waiting for her father since October 19th, 1953. "I'll stop," Marcus said. Marcus walked. He did not ride. He left the shovel head parked in front of the store, the engine off, the key in the ignition, and he walked. Down the gravel road, through the rain, past the dark buildings on both sides, past the church with the steeple, past the schoolhouse with the bell tower, past the blacksmith shop with the stone chimney, past the silent houses with their dark windows and their straight walls and their impossible perfection. He walked slowly. The rain soaked him immediately. He had left his helmet on the motorcycle. The water ran down his face and into his collar and down his back. His boots splashed in the puddles on the gravel. The cold was sharp and deep, the kind of cold that cuts through clothing and skin and muscle and settles into the bone. He did not mind the cold. He didn't mind the rain. He was walking toward something that mattered more than comfort. He was walking toward a 10-year-old girl who had been sitting on a porch for 70 years. The last house appeared at the end of the road. A small house, wooden, the same gray-silver weathered wood as all the other buildings. A front porch with a wooden railing. A roof over the porch providing shelter from the rain. A rocking chair on the porch near the front door. The rocking chair was not empty. Annie was sitting in it. Marcus could see her now as he got closer. A small figure, a child. She was wearing a dress, a simple cotton dress, the kind that girls wore in the 1950s with a pattern of small flowers that Marcus could not distinguish in the darkness. Her hair was dark. Her feet were bare. Her hands were resting on the arms of the rocking chair, small and still. She was not rocking. She was not moving. She was just sitting, looking at the road, looking at Marcus. Marcus stopped at the bottom of the porch steps. 3 steps. 3 wooden steps worn smooth by years of feet. He stood at the bottom and looked up at the girl. She looked back at him. Her eyes were dark, like the old man's eyes, dark and steady and patient. but younger. Much younger. The eyes of a 10-year-old girl who was still, despite everything, a 10-year-old girl. A child. With a child's face and a child's hands, and a child's bare feet and a child's way of looking at a stranger. Curious, cautious, hopeful. Hopeful. That was the thing Marcus noticed most. The hope. It was in her eyes. It was in the slight forward tilt of her body. It was in the way her small hands gripped the arms of the rocking chair, as if she was about to stand up, as if she was about to run down the steps and toward whoever was standing at the bottom. She was hoping that Marcus was her father. For 1 second. For one brief, impossible second, she was hoping, the way she had hoped every time someone found the road and rode through the town and past her house. Every time. For 70 years she had hoped. And every time, the hope had died. Because the person on the road was never her father. The person on the road was always a stranger. Marcus saw the hope die. He saw it happen in real time, in Annie's eyes as she looked at his face and realized that he was not Robert Whitmore. He was not her father. He was a stranger in a leather jacket with rain on his face, standing at the bottom of her porch steps, looking at her. The hope left her eyes. It was replaced by the patience, the terrible, patient sadness of a child who has been disappointed so many times that disappointment has become a permanent state, a default setting, a way of existing. Marcus climbed the steps, slowly, 1 step, 2 steps, 3. He stood on the porch about 5 feet from the rocking chair. He was under the porch roof now. The rain was no longer falling on him. He could hear it drumming on the roof above and dripping from the eaves and hissing on the road behind him. But on the porch, it was dry. He crouched down, the way he had seen other men in these stories crouch. Ray Tanner at his gas station, Dale Morrow in his brother's kitchen, Henry Dawson at his kitchen table. The crouch of a large man making himself small for a child. The universal gesture of, I am not a threat. I am here to listen. Hi, Marcus said. Annie looked at him. Her dark eyes were steady. Hi, she said. Her voice was small, not scared, not shy, just small. The voice of a child who has not spoken to a living person in 70 years. My name is Marcus. I'm Annie. I know. The man at the store told me about you. Annie nodded. She looked at the road. She looked at the place where Marcus had walked from. She looked back at Marcus. You walked, she said. Nobody ever walks. They always ride through on their machines. I wanted to stop. I wanted to talk to you. Annie was quiet for a moment. She looked at her hands on the arms of the rocking chair. She looked at her bare feet. She looked at the rain falling beyond the edge of the porch roof. Why? She asked. Marcus did not have a ready answer. He thought about it. He thought about the real reason, the true reason, the reason that had made him leave his motorcycle at the store and walk through the rain to the last house on the road. The reason was simple. The reason was the simplest thing in the world. Because you've been sitting here a long time, Marcus said, and I thought you might want some company. Annie looked at him. Her dark eyes studied his face. She was evaluating him, the way children evaluate adults, not by their words but by their faces, by their eyes, by the quality of their attention. Children know when an adult is being genuine and when an adult is performing. Children know the difference between a person who is truly present and a person who is pretending to be present. Annie had been sitting on this porch for 70 years. She had seen many things pass on the road. She knew what was real and what was not. She decided Marcus was real. My daddy works in the mine, Annie said. He goes in the morning and he comes home when the whistle blows. I wait for him here, on the porch. I can see the road from here. I can see him when he comes around the bend." Marcus felt the tears pressing against the backs of his eyes. He held them. Not now. Not in front of her. He needed to be present. He needed to be here, on this porch, in this moment, with this child. He could cry later. Right now, Annie needed him to be here. "What does your daddy look like?" Marcus asked. Annie's face changed. The patience softened. The sadness thinned. Underneath both, something else appeared. The bright, warm glow of a child talking about a parent she loves. "He's tall," Annie said. "The tallest man in the town. Mama says he's 6'2", but he says he's 6'3" because he counts his hair. He has a big laugh. You can hear his laugh from the store all the way to the church. He carries me on his shoulders when we walk to the creek. He calls me his little bird because I used to sing all the time when I was little." She paused. She looked at the road. "He promised he'd take me to Charleston for my birthday, November 2nd. He said we'd go on the bus and he'd buy me a new dress and we'd eat at a real restaurant. Not like the store where Mr. Harding makes sandwiches. A real restaurant with a menu and a waiter and everything." Marcus's throat was tight. He swallowed. He breathed. "That sounds like a great birthday," Marcus said. "My birthday's coming up soon," Annie said. "November 2nd. Daddy will take me when he comes home from the mine." Marcus looked at this child, this 10-year-old girl in a flower print dress with bare feet and dark eyes, sitting in a rocking chair on a porch in the rain, talking about a birthday trip to Charleston with a father who has been dead for 70 years. Talking about it as if it were going to happen. As if the birthday were approaching. As if the mine whistle were going to blow and her father were going to come around the bend in the road, tall and dusty and laughing, and pick her up and put her on his shoulders and call her his little bird. And Marcus understood, finally, completely, what the old man at the store had meant when he said the town was made of love. Annie's love for her father was the engine of Hollow Creek. Annie's hope, the hope that died every time a stranger rode through and was reborn every time the road went quiet again, was the force that kept the town frozen in its endless October. The rain was Annie's rain. The darkness was Annie's darkness. The town existed because Annie existed. And Annie existed because she was still waiting. And she was still waiting because she loved her father. And she loved her father because he had promised to take her to Charleston for her birthday. And the birthday had not come yet. And so the promise had not been broken. And so the love was still alive. And so the town was still here. Love had stopped time. A 10-year-old girl's love for her father had stopped a town in 1953 and held it there for 70 years. Marcus sat on the porch with Annie for a long time. He did not know how long. Time did not work the same way in Hollow Creek. Minutes might have been hours. Hours might have been minutes. The rain fell. The darkness held. The town waited. Annie talked. She talked the way lonely children talk when they finally find someone who will listen. In a flood, a torrent, a rushing river of words and stories and memories and small details that poured out of her as if a dam had broken. She told Marcus about her father, about her mother who made biscuits every morning and who sang hymns while she washed dishes, about her brother James, who was 7 and who caught crawdads in the creek, about her teacher, Mrs. Patterson, who had red hair and smelled like lavender, about her dog, a small brown mutt named Patch, who slept at the foot of her bed every night. She told Marcus about the day the mine collapsed. She told him without knowing she was telling him. She told him as if it had not happened yet. She told him about the morning, a normal morning, a Monday. Her father leaving for the mine with his lunch pail, kissing her mother at the door, waving to Annie on the porch. She told him about waiting for the whistle that blew at noon and at 5. The noon whistle meant lunch. The 5 o'clock whistle meant her father was coming home. The whistle didn't blow today, Annie said. It always blows at noon, but it didn't blow today. And Daddy isn't home yet, but he'll come. He always comes. He promised. Marcus sat on the porch and listened to Annie talk about her father who was coming home, and her birthday that was coming up, and the trip to Charleston that was going to happen. He listened, and he held his tears, and he let the 10-year-old girl, who had been waiting for 70 years, talk to someone for the first time since the world stopped. After a long time, Marcus stood up. He needed to go. He could feel the pull of the real world, the world where time moved, where the calendar turned, where November followed October, and December followed November, and the years accumulated, and the dead stayed dead. "I have to go, Annie," he said. Annie looked at him. The hope flickered briefly in her eyes, not the hope that he was her father, but a different hope. The hope that he would come back. The hope that she would not be alone again on the porch in the rain. "Will you come back?" she asked. Marcus looked at her dark eyes, at her small bare feet, at her flower print dress, at the rocking chair that had held her for 70 years. "I'll come back," he said. "I promise." "When?" "When it rains." Annie nodded. She pulled her feet up onto the chair, tucking them under her dress. She wrapped her arms around her knees. She looked at the road. "I'll wait here," she said. "I always wait here." Marcus walked down the porch steps. He walked back through the town, through the rain, past the dark buildings, to the store. The old man was standing in the doorway, watching him. Marcus did not say anything to the old man. He did not need to. The old man could see it in Marcus's face, the tears that had finally come, the grief that had finally broken through, the understanding that had finally settled into the place where it would live forever. Marcus got on his motorcycle. He started the engine. He rode out of Hollow Creek. Behind him, the town held its breath and continued to wait. Marcus went back to Hollow Creek 4 more times over the next year. Always when it rained. Always at night. Always alone. The road opened for him every time now, as if Hollow Creek recognized his motorcycle, recognized the sound of his shovelhead, recognized the particular quality of his intention, and led him through without hesitation. Each visit was the same and different. The town was always frozen in its October of 1953. The store was always open. The old man was always behind the counter. The coffee was always thick and bitter and warm. The calendar never turned. The rain never stopped. But Annie changed. Not physically. Annie was still 10 years old, still wearing the same flower print dress, still barefoot on the porch, still sitting in the rocking chair. But something inside Annie changed each time Marcus visited. The patience thinned. The loneliness softened. The terrible stillness of a child who has been alone for 70 years loosened slightly, the way a fist loosens when a friendly hand touches it. On his second visit to Annie's porch, she asked Marcus about his motorcycle, what kind it was, how fast it went, what the engine sounded like up close. Marcus told her about the shovelhead, about the V-twin engine, about the straight pipes, about the sound that echoed off the mountains. Annie listened with her whole body, the way children listen when something interests them completely, leaning forward, eyes wide, hands gripping the arms of the rocking chair. "My daddy would like your motorcycle," Annie said. He likes machines. He knows how everything in the mind works. He fixes things when they break. Mama says Daddy can fix anything except the weather. On his third visit, Annie showed Marcus something. She reached under the rocking chair and pulled out a small object, a wooden horse, hand-carved, about 4 inches tall, simple but beautiful, with clean lines and smooth surfaces, carved by someone who understood wood and who had taken their time. "Daddy made this for me," Annie said, "for my last birthday. He carved it from a piece of apple wood from the tree in our yard. He said apple wood is the best wood for carving because it's hard and smooth and it smells good." She held the horse out to Marcus. He took it. It was light in his hand. The wood was warm the way things are warm when they have been held by a person for a long time. The carving was precise. The legs were proportional. The mane was suggested by a series of small parallel grooves along the neck. The tail was a single flowing curve. The eyes were 2 small dots pressed into the wood with the point of a nail. Marcus held the horse and felt the weight of it. Not the physical weight, which was almost nothing, but the other weight, the weight of a father's hands on the wood, the weight of a father's time and attention, the weight of a gift made with love for a child who would carry it under her rocking chair for 70 years, waiting for the man who made it to come home. He gave the horse back to Annie. She tucked it under the chair in its usual spot, where it would be within reach whenever she needed it, which was always. On his 4th visit, Marcus asked Annie a question he had been afraid to ask. "Annie, do you know what happened at the mine?" Annie looked at the road. She was quiet for a long time. The rain fell. The porch roof dripped. "The whistle didn't blow," Annie said. "It always blows at noon." But it didn't blow. And then there was a sound, a big sound, like thunder but under the ground. The ground shook. The house shook. The rocking chair shook. And then everything got quiet. Really quiet. Quieter than quiet. And then the rain started. And the rain hasn't stopped. She looked at Marcus. "That was today," Annie said. "The sound was today. The rain started today. Daddy will come home soon. He always comes home." Marcus looked at Annie and understood something that he had not fully understood before. Annie did not know. Annie did not know that 70 years had passed. Annie did not know that her father was dead. Annie did not know that the mine had collapsed and that 26 men were buried under the mountain. Annie was still in October 19th, 1953. Annie was still in the afternoon of the day it happened. For Annie, the mine collapse was not history. It was not a past event. It was today. It was still happening. The whistle had not blown and the ground had shaken and the rain had started. And her father had not come home yet. Yet. The word yet was doing all the work. The word yet was holding Hollow Creek together. The word yet was the difference between a town that was waiting and a town that was grieving. Annie was waiting. The whole town was waiting. And as long as they were waiting, they did not have to grieve. And as long as they did not grieve, they did not have to accept. And as long as they did not accept, the men were not dead. They were just not home yet. Marcus did not tell Annie the truth. He could not. He looked at this 10-year-old girl with her wooden horse and her bare feet, and her father who was coming home soon, and he could not bring himself to say the words that would end her waiting, because ending her waiting would end Hollow Creek, and ending Hollow Creek would end Annie. And Marcus was not willing to be the person who destroyed a town made of love, even if the love was keeping a child frozen in a single afternoon for eternity. So he said nothing. He sat on the porch and listened to the rain and talked about motorcycles and carving and applewood and the trip to Charleston that was going to happen on November 2nd. He participated in the fiction. He joined the waiting. He let Annie believe what she needed to believe, because the alternative, the truth, was not something a 10-year-old girl sitting alone on a porch in the rain should have to hear from a stranger in a leather jacket. On his 5th visit, the last visit though Marcus did not know it would be the last, something different happened. Marcus arrived in Hollow Creek at about 10 o'clock on a rainy Saturday night in December. He parked at the store. He went inside. The old man poured coffee. They sat in the amber light. "I want to ask you something," Marcus said, "and I want an honest answer." "Go ahead." "Is there any way to help them? Annie, the town, the people who are stuck here? Is there any way to free them?" The old man was quiet for a very long time, longer than he had ever been quiet. The rain fell. The stove crackled. The amber light held the room in its warm glow. "You mean, is there a way to make the town move forward?" the man said. "To unfreeze it, to let October 19th, 1953 become October 20th. "Yes." "There is a way," the man said. "There has always been a way." "What is it?" "Someone has to tell Annie. Someone has to sit on that porch and tell her that her father is not coming home, that the mine collapsed, that the men are gone, that November 2nd is not coming, and the trip to Charleston is not going to happen, and the whistle is never going to blow again." The man looked at Marcus with his dark old eyes. "Someone has to break her heart. And when her heart breaks, the town will break with it. The rain will stop. The calendar will turn. The buildings will age and fall and rot the way they should have aged and fallen and rotted 70 years ago. The town will die. And Annie will." He stopped. He did not finish the sentence. "Annie will what?" Marcus asked. "Annie will be free. She will not be a 10-year-old girl anymore. She will not be waiting on the porch anymore. She will be whatever people become when they stop waiting, whatever comes after, whatever is on the other side of the rain." Marcus looked at the man. He looked at the stove. He looked at the calendar. October of 1953. The same calendar. The same month. The same frozen moment. "You want me to tell her?" Marcus said. Not a question. "I can't tell her," the man said. "I've tried. For 70 years I've tried, but I can't. I'm part of the town. I'm part of the waiting. I can't break the thing I'm part of. It has to be someone from outside, someone who found the road in the rain, someone who came back, someone who cares." Marcus sat in the chair for a long time. He thought about Annie on the porch, about the wooden horse, about the trip to Charleston, about her father who was 6'3" if you counted his hair, about the promise that was holding the town together. He could not do it. He knew he should. He knew that telling Annie the truth would free her, would free the whole town, would let the frozen moment finally thaw, would let the grief finally come, would let the dead finally be dead and the living finally move on. He knew that keeping the secret was keeping Annie trapped. He knew that his silence was a kind of cruelty, even if it felt like kindness. But he could not do it. He could not sit on a porch in the rain and tell a 10-year-old girl that her father was dead, and that the birthday trip was never going to happen, and that the wooden horse was the last thing her father would ever make for her. He could not be the person who broke the heart that was holding a town together. He was not strong enough. He was not brave enough. He was not whatever kind of person you have to be to destroy a child's hope in the name of setting her free. "I can't," Marcus said. The old man nodded, slowly, without judgment, without disappointment. The nod of a man who had expected this answer because he had heard it before, from himself, from the other people in the town, from everyone who understood what needed to be done and could not bring themselves to do it. "I know," the man said. "Nobody can." Marcus finished his coffee. He stood up. He walked to the door. "I'm going to keep coming back," Marcus said. "I'm going to keep sitting on the porch with her. I'm going to keep talking to her about motorcycles and carving and Charleston. I'm not going to tell her the truth. But I'm not going to leave her alone either." The old man nodded. "That's something. That's more than anyone else has ever done." Marcus walked out of the store. He walked through the rain to Annie's porch. He sat with her for a while. They talked about the trip to Charleston. Annie described the dress she wanted, blue with white buttons. She described the restaurant. She wanted to order a cheeseburger and a milkshake because her father said that restaurants in Charleston made the best milkshakes in the state. Marcus listened. He held the wooden horse when Annie offered it to him. He felt the warmth of the apple wood in his hand. He felt the small grooves of the mane under his fingertips. He felt the weight of a father's love carved into 4 inches of hard, smooth wood. He gave the horse back. He said goodbye. He walked to his motorcycle. He rode out of Hollow Creek. The road closed behind him. The fork disappeared. The highway was just a highway. Marcus rode home through the rain. He went back to Hollow Creek many times after that. Every time it rained. Every time the road opened. Every time the town appeared in the hollow and the store light was on, and the old man was behind the counter and the coffee was thick and bitter and warm. And every time he walked to the last house and sat on the porch with Annie and talked about motorcycles in Charleston and the dress with the blue buttons. And every time Annie asked if her father was coming home soon. And every time Marcus said yes, soon. He'll be home soon. He never told her the truth. He could not save Annie. He could not free the town. He could not break the heart that was holding everything together. All he could do was sit on a porch in the rain with a 10-year-old girl and keep her company while she waited for a father who would never come home. And maybe that was enough. Maybe that was all anyone could do. Maybe the world is full of places like Hollow Creek, places where love has stopped time and grief has frozen the calendar, and someone is sitting on a porch somewhere, waiting, hoping, holding on to a promise that will never be kept. And maybe the best thing a person can do when they find one of these places is not to fix it, or to solve it, or to break the spell. Maybe the best thing is simply to sit down, to be present, to say, "I see you. I know you're waiting. I'll wait with you." Marcus never told anyone about Hollow Creek. Not his sister, not his friends, not the other riders at the bar. He carried the story the way the old man carried the store, quietly, patiently, without needing anyone else to know. And on rainy nights when he was home in Morgantown, lying in bed, listening to the rain on the roof, Marcus would close his eyes and think about Annie on the porch. He would think about her bare feet and her dark eyes and the wooden horse under the rocking chair. And he would wonder whether she was still sitting there, in the rain, in the dark, in the town that time forgot. She was. She always was. She always would be. The rain falls on Hollow Creek. The store is open. The stove is burning. The calendar says October 1953. The buildings stand perfect and old and impossible in the darkness. And on the porch of the last house, in a rocking chair that has not rocked in 70 years, a 10-year-old girl with bare feet and a flower print dress holds a wooden horse against her chest and watches the road. She is waiting for her father. She will wait forever, and the rain, patient and cold and endless, will keep falling. That is the first story. The rain continues. The second story begins now. The second story takes place on Route 66, or rather on what used to be Route 66, on a stretch of the old highway in the panhandle of New Mexico, between Tucumcari and Santa Rosa, where the road has been bypassed and forgotten and left to crack and fade in the desert sun for the last 30 years. The interstate runs about 4 miles to the south, carrying all the traffic that used to pass through here. And the old road is empty now. Empty and quiet, and baking in the heat during the day, and cooling in the dark during the night, and doing nothing in between except existing, the way abandoned roads exist, patiently, without purpose, waiting for the occasional traveler who is lost or curious or deliberately seeking the old route for reasons of their own. The shop sits about halfway between Tucumcari and Santa Rosa on the north side of the old highway, set back about 50 feet from the road on a patch of hard-packed desert dirt. It is a small building, concrete block, flat roof, a single bay door on the front that is large enough to fit a car or a truck, and a smaller door beside it for people. A faded sign above the bay door says, "Ruiz Motorcycle Repair," in hand-painted letters that were once red but have been bleached by decades of desert sun to a pale pink that is almost the color of the sky at sunset. The shop has been closed for a long time. The bay door is down and padlocked. The smaller door is locked. The windows, 2 of them, one on each side of the bay door, are covered with plywood that has been screwed into the frames from the inside. There is no electricity. There is no running water. The gas line that once fed the shop's heater was disconnected years ago by the utility company. The phone line is dead. The mailbox at the edge of the road, mounted on a wooden post, is rusted shut and has not been opened in decades. But the shop is not empty. Through the gaps between the plywood and the window frames, if you press your face against the glass and cup your hands around your eyes to block the glare, you can see inside. And what you see is not what you expect to see in an abandoned shop in the New Mexico desert. The shop is immaculate. The concrete floor is clean, not just swept but scrubbed. The gray surface free of oil stains and dust and debris. The workbench along the back wall is neat and organized, with tools hanging on a pegboard in precise arrangements. Wrenches sorted by size, screwdrivers in a row, pliers and cutters in their designated spots. A rolling tool chest sits beside the workbench, its drawers labeled with small strips of masking tape and careful handwriting. A hydraulic motorcycle lift occupies the center of the floor, its platform raised to working height, as if waiting for a bike to be placed on it. A few cans of oil and solvent sit on a shelf above the workbench, their labels faded but their positions exact. The shop looks like it was closed 5 minutes ago, not 30 years ago. 5 minutes ago. As if the mechanic stepped out for a cup of coffee and is coming right back. As if the tools are still warm from his hands. As if the air inside still smells of oil and solvent and the particular metallic sweetness of freshly cut steel. The mechanic's name was Ernesto Ruiz. He was born in 1931 in a small town in southern New Mexico. He grew up on a ranch. He learned to fix things: tractors, trucks, windmills, water pumps, anything with an engine or a moving part. The way ranch kids in New Mexico learn to fix things, which is to say by necessity, because when something breaks on a ranch that is 40 miles from the nearest town, you either fix it yourself or you do without it. Ernesto discovered motorcycles when he was 18. A man passing through his town on a Harley-Davidson panhead stopped at the ranch to ask for water. Ernesto gave him water and then stood in the yard and looked at the motorcycle for about 20 minutes while the man drank. The man, amused by the young rancher's fascination, let Ernesto sit on the bike. Then he let Ernesto start it. Then, on a stretch of dirt road behind the ranch, he let Ernesto ride it. 50 yards, 100 yards, a quarter mile. The man stood in the dust and watched Ernesto ride his panhead down the dirt road and back. And when Ernesto stopped and got off and handed back the key, the man said, "You're a natural, kid." Ernesto bought his first motorcycle a year later, a used Indian Scout purchased from a rancher in the next county for $75. The Indian was in bad shape. The engine leaked oil, the clutch slipped, the brakes were almost useless, the tires were bald. Ernesto spent 3 months rebuilding it in the barn on his family's ranch, teaching himself as he went, using a mail-order repair manual and a set of borrowed tools, and the particular stubborn patience that was, as far as Ernesto was concerned, the most important tool a mechanic could possess. When the Indian was running again, running well, running smoothly, running the way a motorcycle is supposed to run when it has been put back together by someone who cares, Ernesto rode it to the nearest town and back, 35 miles each way. The ride changed him, not in the dramatic way that some people describe their first motorcycle ride, as if a switch was flipped and everything was different afterward. Ernesto changed gradually, the way the desert changes between dawn and noon, slowly, continuously, 1 degree at a time, until the landscape that was cool and blue in the morning is hot and gold by midday, and you cannot point to the exact moment when the change happened, because the change was happening the whole time. Ernesto became a motorcycle mechanic, not immediately. He worked the ranch for a few more years, helping his father, building fences, herding cattle. But the motorcycles pulled at him. The engines pulled at him. The particular satisfaction of diagnosing a problem and solving it, of hearing an engine that was running rough begin to run smooth, of feeling a machine come alive under his hands. This satisfaction was deeper and more lasting than the satisfaction of ranching, and Ernesto followed it. In 1958, when he was 27, Ernesto opened Ruiz Motorcycle Repair on Route 66, halfway between Tucumcari and Santa Rosa. The location was deliberate. Route 66 was still the main highway through New Mexico in 1958. Thousands of vehicles passed this stretch every day. Among those vehicles were motorcycles, riders heading west to California, riders heading east to Texas, riders just riding, the way riders ride, for the sake of the road itself. Ernesto positioned himself in the middle of the stream and waited for the fish to come. They came. The riders found Ernesto the way riders always find good mechanics, through word of mouth, through recommendation, through the informal network of trust and reputation that connects motorcycle communities across the country. A rider would break down on Route 66 and ask at a gas station if there was a motorcycle mechanic nearby, and the gas station attendant would say, "There's a guy about 10 miles east. Ruiz. He's good." And the rider would limp his bike to Ernesto's shop, and Ernesto would look at it, and Ernesto would fix it, and the rider would pay and ride away, and tell 3 other riders about the mechanic on Route 66, who was good and who was honest, and who charged fair prices, and who treated every motorcycle that came into his shop as if it were his own. Ernesto ran the shop for 31 years. From 1958 to 1989, 31 years of fixing motorcycles on the edge of Route 66 in the New Mexico desert, in a small concrete block building with a flat roof and a faded red sign. He fixed Harleys and Indians and Triumphs and BSAs and Hondas and Kawasaki's and Yamahas and everything else that rolled through his door on 2 wheels. He fixed engines and transmissions and electrical systems and brake systems and suspension systems. He rebuilt carburetors and replaced clutches and laced wheels and trued rims and balanced tires. He did everything that a motorcycle mechanic does, and he did it well. And he did it with the same stubborn patience he had applied to the Indian Scout in his father's barn when he was 19 years old. The interstate came in the early 1970s. The same story as everywhere else on Route 66. The traffic moved south to the new 4-lane highway, and the old road began to die. The gas stations closed. The diners closed. The motels closed. The small businesses that had built their lives along the mother road folded one by one, like cards in a hand that was no longer worth playing. But Ernesto stayed. The way Walt stayed at his gas station in Oklahoma. The way Earl stayed at his gas station in Arizona. The way certain people stay in certain places because the place is part of who they are. And leaving would mean leaving a piece of themselves behind. Ernesto stayed because the motorcycle riders, still came. Not as many as before. Not the steady stream of the 1960s, but enough. The riders who sought out the old road, the Route 66 pilgrims, the romantics, the purists who preferred the 2-lane highway to the 4-lane interstate. They found Ernesto. They found his shop. They found his sign. And when their bikes broke down in the New Mexico desert, they found Ernesto standing in his bay door, wiping his hands on a rag, ready to help. He stayed open through the 1970s, through the 1980s. The traffic dwindled. The customers became fewer. The long stretches between customers became longer. Ernesto spent more and more of his time alone in the shop, maintaining his tools, cleaning his floor, organizing his workbench, keeping everything in perfect order for the next customer who might come today, or might come tomorrow, or might come next week, or might not come at all. In 1989, Ernesto closed the shop. He was 58 years old. His hands were arthritic. His back was stiff. His eyes were not as sharp as they had been. The last customer had been 3 weeks ago. A young man on a Honda heading to California who needed a new spark plug. Ernesto sold him the spark plug for $2 and installed it for free and watched the young man ride away into the desert. And then he stood in the bay door and looked at the empty highway and the empty desert and the empty sky. And he understood that the shop's time was done. He closed the bay door. He locked it with a padlock. He locked the smaller door. He covered the windows with plywood. He turned off the electricity. He disconnected the gas. He locked the mailbox. But he did not take his tools. He did not empty his workbench. He did not remove his supplies or his oil cans or his solvent bottles. He left everything exactly where it was. Every wrench in its place on the pegboard. Every drawer labeled. Every surface clean. He left the shop the way he had always kept the shop. Ready. Ready for the next customer. Ready for the next motorcycle that would roll through the bay door. With a rough engine, or a slipping clutch, or a mysterious rattle that nobody else could diagnose. Ernesto left the shop ready because he could not bear to leave it empty. An empty shop would be a dead shop. A shop with tools on the walls and oil on the shelves was a shop that was sleeping, not dead. Sleeping shops can be woken up. Dead shops cannot. Ernesto moved to Tucumcari. He lived in a small apartment above a laundromat on the main street. He lived quietly. He read Western novels. He watched the weather. He drank coffee at a diner called Dell's, where the waitresses knew his name and his order and the particular quality of his silence, which was not unfriendly, but simply the silence of a man who had spent 31 years working with his hands and who had never needed many words. Ernesto died in 2004, at the age of 73. A stroke in his apartment on a Tuesday afternoon in March. He was found the next day by the laundromat owner, who had noticed that Ernesto had not come down for his morning walk and had gone upstairs to check. Ernesto was in his chair by the window, facing east, toward the desert, toward the old highway, toward the shop that he had built and run and loved and closed and left ready, The shop sat empty after Ernesto died. Nobody bought it. Nobody rented it. Nobody tore it down. The property was owned by a family in Albuquerque who had inherited it from a cousin who had bought the land from Ernesto in 1989 when Ernesto moved to town. The family paid the property taxes every year, out of habit or obligation, and did nothing else with the land. The shop sat in the desert, locked and plywood covered and silent, baking in the summer heat and freezing in the winter cold, and doing nothing in between except waiting. The shop waited for 20 years after Ernesto died. 20 years of silence and heat and cold, and the slow, patient deterioration that the desert inflicts on everything that is not maintained. The paint faded. The sign bleached. The padlock rusted. The plywood warped slightly in the heat, but the building held. The concrete blocks did not crack. The roof did not leak. The structure, built by a man who knew how to build things that lasted. And inside the shop, behind the locked door and the plywood-covered windows, the tools stayed on the pegboard, and the oil stayed on the shelf, and the hydraulic lift stayed at working height, and everything was exactly the way Ernesto had left it, ready, waiting for a customer who would never come. Until one night in September when a customer did come. The rider's name was Paul Corbin. He was 33 years old. He was riding a 1992 Harley-Davidson Softail Custom, flat black, lowered with drag bars and a solo seat and forward controls. The bike was not pretty. It was not meant to be pretty. It was meant to be ridden, hard, on long stretches of highway, at high speed, with the throttle open and the wind in your face and the engine doing the thing that Harley-Davidson engines have been doing since 1903, turning gasoline into noise and noise into motion and motion into freedom. Paul was riding west on the old Route 66 alignment through New Mexico. It was about 11 o'clock at night. He was riding the old road instead of the interstate because Paul was that kind of rider. The kind who preferred the 2-lane to the 4-lane, the empty to the crowded, the old to the new. Paul had been riding motorcycles since he was 16, 17 years of riding. He had ridden across the country 4 times. He had ridden in 43 states. He knew roads the way a sailor knows coastlines, by feel, by instinct, by the particular quality of the pavement under his tires and the particular shape of the horizon ahead. He was between Tucumcari and Santa Rosa. The desert stretched out in every direction, flat and dark and enormous, the ground a featureless expanse of scrub brush and sand, and the occasional dark shape of a mesa or a butte against the star-filled sky. The old highway was a narrow ribbon of cracked asphalt running through the emptiness, its center line faded almost to invisibility, its edges crumbling into the desert on both sides. There were no streetlights, no houses, no other vehicles, just Paul and his Softail and the road and the stars. The engine started running rough at about 11:15. Paul felt it before he heard it. A slight unevenness in the power delivery, a small hesitation in the throttle response. The bike was still running, still pulling, still making speed, but the smooth, constant rhythm of the V-twin had developed a small hiccup, a tiny pause in the firing sequence, barely perceptible, the kind of thing that a non-rider would not notice at all, but that a 17-year veteran could feel through the seat of his pants and the soles of his boots. Paul listened. The engine hiccuped again, stronger this time. A brief stutter in the exhaust note, as if one cylinder had misfired and then caught again. The bike jerked slightly. The headlight dimmed for a fraction of a second and then came back to full brightness. Electrical, Paul thought. Something in the ignition system. A loose connection, maybe? Or a failing coil? Or moisture in the points? Though it had not rained in this part of New Mexico in weeks, and the air was so dry that moisture was almost a theoretical concept. The engine hiccuped again, harder. The bike lurched, the headlight flickered. Paul felt the rear cylinder drop out entirely for about 2 seconds. The engine running on one cylinder, the exhaust note changing from the deep 2-cylinder rumble to a thinner, rougher single-cylinder bark. And then the rear cylinder caught again, and the engine smoothed out, and everything was fine for about 30 seconds. And then the hiccup came back. Paul was in the middle of the New Mexico desert on a road that had not seen a tow truck in 30 years. The nearest town, Santa Rosa, was about 25 miles ahead. Tucumcari was about 30 miles behind. In either direction, the road was empty and dark and offered nothing in the way of help or shelter. If the engine died completely, Paul would be stranded on the side of the road in the desert at midnight with no cell phone signal. Cell phones in 2024 worked fine in most places, but did not work in the empty stretches of the New Mexico desert, where the nearest cell tower was 40 miles away. Paul reduced speed. He nursed the throttle, keeping the RPMs low, giving the engine as easy a ride as possible, hoping to coax it the remaining 25 miles to Santa Rosa. The hiccup came and went. The engine ran rough for a few seconds, then smooth for a minute, and then rough again. Each rough period was slightly longer than the last. Each smooth period was slightly shorter. The trend was clear. The engine was dying. Whatever was wrong was getting worse, not better. And the remaining 25 miles might as well have been 25,000. And then, at about 11:25, Paul's headlight illuminated something on the right side of the road. A building. A small building, set back from the road on a patch of hard-packed desert dirt. A flat roof. A bay door. A smaller door beside it. A faded sign above the bay door that said, in letters that were almost invisible in the darkness, Ruiz Motorcycle Repair. Paul stared at the sign. A motorcycle repair shop. In the middle of the New Mexico desert, on an abandoned stretch of Route 66, at 11:25 at night. The odds of finding a motorcycle repair shop within sight of the spot where his engine decided to malfunction were so small that Paul's rational mind could not calculate them. The coincidence was too perfect. The timing was too convenient. The universe did not work this way. Motorcycle repair shops did not materialize out of the desert darkness at the exact moment you needed them. But the building was there. The sign was there. The bay door was there. Paul could see even from the road that the shop was closed. The plywood on the windows, the padlock on the bay door, the general air of abandonment that clings to buildings that have not been used in a long time. The shop was closed. Obviously, nobody was inside. Nobody was going to fix his engine at 11:30 at night in an abandoned shop in the middle of the desert. Paul pulled off the road anyway. He rolled the Softail across the hard-packed dirt to the front of the building. He shut off the engine. The silence was total. Desert silence. The silence of a place where the nearest human sound, the interstate 4 miles south, was too far away to hear. The only sound was the ticking of Paul's engine as it cooled and the faint whisper of a desert breeze moving through the scrub brush. Paul got off the motorcycle. He stretched his back. He looked at the building. Up close, the deterioration was more visible. The paint was faded to nothing. The sign was barely legible. The plywood on the windows was warped and gray. The padlock on the bay door was brown with rust. But the small door, the people door beside the bay door, was different from what Paul expected. The handle was not rusted. The handle was clean. Not new, but clean as if someone had been using it recently. And the door itself, when Paul looked closely, was not sealed the way the windows were sealed. The door was simply closed, not boarded, not padlocked, just closed. Paul reached for the handle. He pressed down with his thumb. The latch clicked. The door opened. Paul pushed the door inward. It swung smoothly on its hinges. No squeak, no resistance. The hinges oiled and functional. A wave of air came from inside the shop. Not the stale air of an abandoned building. Not the hot, dead air of a closed room that has been baking in the desert for decades. Cool air. Moving air. Air that smelled like. Paul stopped. He stood in the doorway and breathed in. The air inside the shop smelled like oil. Fresh oil. The particular clean mineral smell of new motor oil, the kind that comes from a freshly opened bottle. And solvent. The sharp, sweet smell of parts cleaner. And metal. The faint smell of metal that has been recently cut or ground. And underneath all of these, the warm, particular smell of a workshop that has been used today. The smell of hands and work and machines, and the particular human scent that clings to tools that are handled every day. The shop had been used today. Someone had been here. Someone had been working. Paul stepped inside. He reached for a light switch on the wall beside the door. His hand found it automatically, in the place where light switches are always located in small shops. He flipped it. The overhead fluorescent tubes flickered. Once, twice. Then they came on, filling the shop with their flat blue-white light. Paul looked at the shop. It was immaculate, just as Ernesto had left it. The concrete floor was clean. The workbench was organized. The tools were on the pegboard. The oil cans were on the shelf. The hydraulic lift was at working height. But something was different. Something that should not have been here. Something that was sitting on the hydraulic lift in the center of the shop, under the fluorescent lights, as if it had been placed there deliberately by someone who knew exactly what they were doing. A motorcycle. A Harley Davidson. A panhead. Old, very old. 1950s vintage, Paul estimated. The bike was in pieces, not disassembled randomly, but disassembled methodically the way a skilled mechanic disassembles an engine for a rebuild. The cylinders were off. The heads were off. The pistons were laid out on a clean white cloth on the workbench, arranged in order. The valves were in a small tray beside the pistons. The gaskets, old gaskets, compressed and hardened with age, were in another tray. The crankcase was open. The cam was out. The lifters were out. The oil pump was out. Every part was clean. Every part was labeled. Every part was arranged in the precise order of disassembly, so that reassembly could be performed by simply working backward through the sequence. It was the work of a professional. It was the work of someone who had been rebuilding Harley-Davidson panhead engines for a very long time. But the shop had been closed for 20 years. Ernesto had been dead for 20 years. Nobody had been inside this shop since 1989. Nobody had a key. Nobody had touched these tools. Nobody had placed a motorcycle on the hydraulic lift and begun to disassemble its engine with the methodical precision of a master mechanic. And yet, here was the motorcycle. Here were the parts. Here was the evidence of work in progress, a rebuild that had been started and not finished, waiting for someone to complete it. Paul walked to the workbench. He looked at the parts. He looked at the tools on the pegboard. He looked at the motorcycle on the lift, the frame and the wheels and the forks and the tank, still assembled, waiting for the rebuilt engine to be installed. And then he saw something that made the hair on his arms stand up. On the workbench, beside the tray of valves, there was a small piece of paper, a work order, the kind of form that a mechanic fills out when a customer brings in a bike for repair. The form was old, yellowed, the ink faded, but the handwriting was clear. Small, neat, precise handwriting, a mechanic's handwriting. The work order said, Customer, G. Medina, motorcycle 1953, Harley-Davidson FL Panhead service requested, complete engine rebuild, date received, September the 14th, 1989. Promised completion, September the 28th, 1989. Paul looked at the date, September the 14th, 1989. The shop had closed in 1989. Ernesto had closed it. But before he closed it, he had received one last customer, one last motorcycle, one last engine to rebuild. And he had started the rebuild, had disassembled the engine, had laid out the parts, had begun the careful, methodical work of restoring a panhead engine to life. And then he had stopped. He had locked the door. He had covered the windows. He had left the parts on the workbench and the motorcycle on the lift and the work order beside the valve tray. He had left the job unfinished. Why? Paul looked around the shop. He looked for more information, more context, more explanation. He found nothing. Just the tools and the parts and the motorcycle and the work order and the impossible cleanliness of a shop that should have been covered in 35 years of desert dust and was not. His own motorcycle was outside, its engine dying, its ignition system failing, stranded in the desert in the middle of the night. And here, inside this impossible shop, was a set of professional-grade motorcycle tools and a workbench and a lift and everything a mechanic would need to diagnose and repair an ignition system. Paul was a decent mechanic himself, not Ernesto's level, but decent. He could do basic work, change oil, adjust chains, replace brake pads, swap spark plugs. He knew enough about ignition systems to diagnose a failing coil or a loose connection. If he had tools, he could probably figure out what was wrong with his Softail and fix it. He had tools. They were hanging on the pegboard right in front of him. Ernesto's tools, waiting. Paul walked to the bay door. He found the interior release for the padlock, a simple lever that disengaged the latch from the inside. He pulled the lever. He pushed the bay door up. It rolled open on its tracks, the mechanism still functional after all these years. The springs still strong, the tracks still clean. The desert night flooded in through the open bay door. The stars, the silence, the flat, dark emptiness of the New Mexico desert stretching to the horizon in every direction. And at the edge of the bay, sitting on the hard packed dirt, Paul's Softail, flat black, lowered, its engine silent and cooling, waiting to be fixed. Paul rolled his motorcycle into the shop. He positioned it beside the hydraulic lift next to the disassembled panhead. Two Harleys, separated by 40 years of history, side by side in a dead man's shop in the middle of the desert in the middle of the night. Paul picked up a wrench from the pegboard. It fit his hand perfectly. The grip was worn smooth from years of use. The metal was warm, not desert warm, hand warm, the warmth of a tool that has been recently held. Paul began to work. Paul started with the basics. He removed the seat of his Softail and opened the electrical compartment. He checked the connections. He checked the battery terminals. He checked the ground wire. Everything looked fine. Clean connections, no corrosion, no loose wires. He moved to the ignition system. He pulled the coil wire. He inspected the coil. The coil looked fine. He checked the spark plug wires. They looked fine. He pulled the spark plugs. They looked fine. Everything looked fine. Nothing was obviously wrong. And yet the engine had been misfiring. The rear cylinder had been dropping out. The headlight had been flickering. Something was wrong with the electrical system, and Paul could not find it. He stood back from the motorcycle and thought. He was a decent mechanic, but he was not a great mechanic. He knew the obvious things. He could check the obvious places. But the problem with his Softail was not obvious. The problem was subtle, hiding somewhere in the wiring or the ignition module or the regulator or one of the dozens of electrical connections that make a modern Harley-Davidson run. Finding a subtle electrical problem requires more than basic knowledge. It requires experience. It requires intuition. It requires the particular skill that comes from having seen 1,000 electrical problems and having developed the ability to feel where the problem is before the tools confirm it. Paul did not have that skill. Ernesto had that skill. But Ernesto was dead. Paul put down his wrench. He walked to the workbench. He stood in front of the pegboard and looked at the tools. The wrenches and the screwdrivers and the pliers and the cutters and the test lights and the meters and the specialized Harley-Davidson tools that Ernesto had accumulated over 31 years of working on motorcycles. The tools were organized with military precision. Every tool in its place. Every place marked. Every size labeled. It was the pegboard of a man who respected his tools the way a surgeon respects his instruments, as extensions of his hands, as the means by which his knowledge became action. Paul reached for a test light, a simple tool, a small bulb with 2 wire leads used to check whether a circuit has power. He would use it to trace the electrical path through his Softail's ignition system, checking each connection and each wire for continuity, until he found the break or the short or whatever was causing the misfire. He picked up the test light, and as he picked it up, something happened. The test light was not where he had reached for it. Paul was certain, absolutely certain, that the test light had been hanging on the pegboard in a specific spot, a spot near the top right corner between a wire stripper and a pair of needle nose pliers. He had seen it there. He had noted its position. He had reached for that spot. But the test light was not in that spot. It was in his hand, and his hand was reaching toward a spot near the bottom left corner of the pegboard, about 2 feet from where the test light had been. Paul looked at the pegboard. The spot near the top right corner, the spot where the test light had been, was empty. The hook was there. The small label was there, written in Ernesto's careful handwriting. Test light. But the test light was gone from that spot because it was in Paul's hand, which had reached for a completely different part of the pegboard and had found it there. Paul stared at the test light in his hand. He looked at the pegboard. He looked at his hand. He tried to reconstruct the sequence. He had seen the test light in the top right corner. He had reached for it. His hand had gone to the bottom left corner instead. And the test light had been there. The test light had moved, or Paul's hand had moved. One of the two. Either the test light had changed position on the pegboard between the moment Paul saw it and the moment Paul reached for it, or Paul's hand had reached for a different spot than his eyes had indicated. Either the tool had moved, or Paul's body had moved without his conscious direction. Neither explanation was comfortable. Both explanations were wrong in ways that Paul's rational mind could not accept. Tools do not move by themselves, and hands do not reach for places their owners did not intend to reach. Paul shook it off. He was tired. He was stressed. He was in an abandoned shop in the desert at midnight with a broken motorcycle and a set of dead man's tools. His mind was playing tricks, that was all. The mind plays tricks when it is tired and stressed. The mind sees things that are not there. The mind misremembers positions and distances. The mind is not a reliable witness under these conditions. He took the test light to his motorcycle. He began to trace the ignition circuit. He clipped one lead to the battery terminal and began probing the connections with the other lead, working his way through the circuit, looking for the break. He found nothing wrong in the primary circuit. He moved to the secondary circuit. He probed the ignition module connector, Good. He probed the coil connector. Good. He probed the sensor wire from the engine to the ignition module. Good. Everything was good. Every connection was solid. Every wire was intact. The circuit was complete. There was no break. There was no short. There was no reason for the no short. There was no reason for the engine to misfire. Paul stood up. He stretched his back. He looked at the motorcycle. He looked at the tools. He looked at the shop. He was missing something. The problem was there. What the engine had been misfiring. That was a fact. That had happened. But Paul could not find it with the tools and the knowledge he had. He needed better tools. He needed better knowledge. He needed Ernesto. He walked back to the pegboard. He reached for a multimeter, a more sophisticated diagnostic tool than the test light, capable of measuring voltage and resistance and continuity with greater precision. He knew where the multimeter was. He had seen it hanging on the pegboard earlier, near the center between a socket set and a torque wrench. He reached for that spot. His hand went somewhere else. His hand, his right hand, moving on its own, without Paul's conscious direction, reached not for the center of the pegboard where the multimeter was, but for a small drawer in the workbench below the pegboard. A drawer Paul had not opened. A drawer Paul had not noticed. His hand pulled the drawer open. Inside the drawer, lying on a folded cloth, was a small metal device that Paul recognized immediately. It was a Harley-Davidson ignition module tester, a specialized tool not commonly available, designed specifically for testing the ignition modules on Harley-Davidson shovelhead and Evolution engines. It was the exact tool Paul needed to diagnose the problem with his Softail, and his hand had gone directly to it, without hesitation, without searching, without Paul knowing it was there. Paul took the tester out of the drawer. He held it. The tool was warm, not ambient warm, hand warm, the warmth of metal that has been recently held by a person. Paul's skin tightened on the back of his neck. The same feeling Marcus had felt on the road to Hollow Creek. The wrongness, feeling. The deep instinctive awareness that something was happening that should not be happening. His hand had known where the tool was. His hand had reached for it without his brain telling it to. As if his hand had been guided. As if someone had taken his wrist and directed it to the correct drawer, the way a teacher guides a student's hand to the correct page in a textbook. Paul looked around the shop. The fluorescent lights hummed. The concrete floor was clean. The workbench was neat. The tools were in their places. The disassembled panhead sat on the hydraulic lift, its parts laid out with surgical precision. Everything was still. Everything was quiet. There was nobody in the shop except Paul. But the air had changed. Paul could feel it. The air in the shop had a quality now that it had not had when he first walked in. A density. A presence. As if the air molecules had rearranged themselves to make room for someone who was not visible, but who was there. Standing nearby. Watching. Waiting. Close enough to touch. Paul held the ignition module tester in his hand. He looked at it. He looked at the drawer it had come from. He looked at his own hand, which had reached for the drawer without his permission and had found the exact tool he needed. "Ernesto," Paul said. His voice was quiet, barely above a whisper. The words sounded absurd in the empty shop. He was talking to a dead man. He was addressing a person who had been dead for 20 years, in a shop that had been closed for 35 years, in the middle of the New Mexico desert at midnight. No answer. Of course, no answer. The fluorescent lights hummed. The air was still. The desert silence pressed against the walls of the shop. But the air, the density of the air, the feeling of presence, It didn't go away. It intensified slightly, the way a sound intensifies when you hold your breath and listen harder. Something was in the shop with Paul. Something that could not be seen and could not be heard, but that could be felt. In the warm tools, in the guided hand, in the density of the air, in the particular quality of the silence that was not empty but full. Paul took the ignition module tester to his Softail. He connected it. He ran the diagnostic sequence, and within 30 seconds the tester told him what was wrong. The ignition module was failing, not dead, failing, intermittently losing its signal, causing the rear cylinder to drop out for a few seconds before the signal returned. The kind of failure that is almost impossible to detect with a basic test light, because the failure is intermittent. The module works most of the time and fails only briefly, at random intervals, creating exactly the kind of hiccup that Paul had been feeling on the highway. Paul knew what to do now. He needed a replacement ignition module, or failing that, he needed to bypass the failing module with a direct connection that would keep the rear cylinder firing consistently, even if it meant losing some of the electronic precision of the original system. It was a workaround, not a fix, but it would get him to Santa Rosa, where he could buy a proper replacement. He needed a specific wire, a small gauge wire, about 12 inches long with connectors on both ends. He looked at the workbench. He looked at the pegboard. He did not see the wire he needed. He reached for the pegboard anyway. His hand, his right hand, the hand that had been reaching for things on its own all night, moved toward a small metal bin on the shelf above the workbench, a bin Paul had not noticed, a bin that was partially hidden behind a can of solvent. His hand pushed the solvent can aside and reached into the bin and pulled out exactly what he needed, a 12-inch length of small gauge wire with the correct connectors already crimped on both ends. The exact wire, the exact length, the exact connectors. Paul held the wire. He looked at it. He looked at his hand. He looked at the empty shop. "Thank you," Paul said, quietly, to the air, to the presence, to whatever was in the shop with him, guiding his hands, finding his tools, helping him fix his motorcycle the way a master mechanic helps a student, not by doing the work for him, but by showing him where to find what he needs. The air did not respond. The air did not need to respond. The response was in Paul's hands, in the wire he was holding, in the tools he had found, in the diagnosis he had made with equipment he did not know existed in a drawer he did not know was there. Paul made the bypass. He connected the wire. He reinstalled the seat. He started the engine. The Softail fired immediately. Both cylinders, clean, smooth, no hiccup, no misfire, no hesitation. The engine ran the way it was supposed to run. The deep, steady rumble of a Harley-Davidson Phi Twin. Both cylinders firing in perfect sequence, the exhaust note even and strong. Paul let the engine idle for about 5 minutes. He listened. He felt the vibration through the frame. Everything was solid. Everything was right. The fix had worked. His hand, or Ernesto's guidance, or whatever had been directing his hand, had led him to exactly the right diagnosis and exactly the right solution. Paul shut off the engine. He stood in the shop and looked around one more time. The tools on the pegboard, the parts on the workbench, the panhead on the lift, the work order beside the valve tray. Customer, J. Medina. Service requested, complete engine rebuild. Promised completion. September 28, 1989. The promised completion date, September 28, 1989. 35 years ago. The job had never been completed. Ernesto had started the rebuild and then closed the shop, and the motorcycle had been sitting on the lift ever since, its engine in pieces, its parts laid out on the workbench, waiting for a mechanic to finish what Ernesto had started. Paul looked at the parts. He looked at the tools. He looked at his own hands, the hands that had been reaching for things on their own all night, guided by something he could not see. He understood now. He understood why the tools were warm. He understood why the shop was clean. He understood why the air had a presence. He understood why his hands knew where to go. Ernesto was still here, not alive, not a ghost in the traditional sense. No white sheets, no rattling chains, no transparent figure floating through walls. Ernesto was here the way a mechanic is always in his shop, in the tools, in the organization, in the muscle memory of the work itself. Ernesto's knowledge was embedded in the pegboard. Ernesto's skill was embedded in the workbench. Ernesto's patience was embedded in the clean concrete floor and the labeled drawers and the precise arrangement of every wrench and screwdriver and socket. And Ernesto had one unfinished job, one motorcycle that he had promised to fix and had not fixed. One customer, Jay Medina, who had brought in a 1953 panhead for a rebuild and who had never gotten it back. The shop was not just waiting for any customer. The shop was waiting for someone who could finish the job, someone who could pick up where Ernesto left off, someone who could reassemble the panhead engine and install it in the frame and start it and let Jay Medina's motorcycle live again. Paul looked at the parts on the workbench: pistons, valves, gaskets, cam, lifters, oil pump, everything laid out in order, everything clean, everything waiting. Paul was not a master mechanic, but he had been guided by one tonight. His hands had found tools they did not know existed. His fingers had reached for drawers they had never opened. Something in this shop, some residual presence, some echo of 31 years of a man's life work, was willing to help, was able to help, was waiting to help. Paul looked at the clock on the wall above the workbench. The clock was stopped. The hands were frozen at 4:47. But Paul's watch said 1:15 a.m. He had been in the shop for almost 2 hours. It was the middle of the night. He was in the desert. His motorcycle was fixed. He should leave. He should leave. But the panhead was on the lift, and the parts were on the workbench, and Ernesto was in the tools. And Jay Medina's motorcycle had been waiting for 35 years. Paul picked up a wrench, the same wrench he had picked up when he first started working on his own motorcycle. The wrench that fit his hand perfectly. The wrench that was warm. He walked to the workbench. He picked up the first piston. He looked at it. He looked at the cylinder on the lift where it belonged. He did not know the torque specifications for a 1953 panhead. He did not know the valve clearances. He did not know the assembly sequence, but his hands did. His right hand reached for the torque wrench on the pegboard. It went directly to it without searching, without hesitation. His left hand picked up the cylinder gasket from the tray. His fingers positioned it on the crankcase surface with a precision that Paul did not possess. Aligning the oil passages, centering the bore, pressing the gasket flat against the mating surface. Paul watched his own hands work. He watched them with the particular fascination of a person who is observing something impossible happening to their own body. His hands were moving with a skill and a confidence that they did not have. His fingers were performing operations that his brain did not know how to perform. His body was being used, gently, carefully, respectfully, by someone who knew this engine better than Paul would ever know any engine. Ernesto was building the engine through Paul's hands. Paul let it happen. He did not resist. He did not panic. He stood at the workbench and watched his hands install pistons and rings and cylinders and heads and valves and rocker arms and push rods. and the dozens of other components that make up a Harley-Davidson panhead engine. He watched his hands torque bolts to specifications he did not know. He watched his hands adjust valve clearances with feeler gauges he had never used. He watched his hands time the ignition with a precision that only decades of experience could produce. The work took about 4 hours. Paul did not feel the time pass. The work consumed him, consumed his body, consumed his attention, consumed the part of his mind that usually kept track of minutes and hours. He was inside the work. He was part of the work. He and Ernesto were working together, using the same hands, sharing the same tools, building the same engine, in the same shop, on the same lift, under the same fluorescent lights. At about 5:15 in the morning, the engine was complete. Every part installed, every bolt torqued, every clearance set. The panhead engine sat in the frame of Jay, Medina's motorcycle, whole and complete and ready to run. For the first time in 35 years. Paul's hands reached for the kickstarter. His right foot found the kick lever. He positioned it. He pressed down. The engine turned over. Once. Twice. On the third kick, the engine caught. The panhead fired. Both cylinders. The deep, heavy rumble of a 1953 Harley-Davidson panhead engine, a sound that had not been heard in this shop in 35 years, filled the small concrete block building and bounced off the walls and carried out through the open bay door into the pre-dawn desert. Paul stood beside the motorcycle and listened to the engine run. The sound was beautiful. The sound was alive. The sound was the particular sound that a panhead makes when it has been rebuilt by a master mechanic who knows every bearing and every bushing and every tolerance. A sound of mechanical perfection, of parts working together in harmony, of an engine doing exactly what it was designed to do. The engine ran for about 2 minutes. Then Paul, or Ernesto, or whoever was controlling Paul's hands, reached for the ignition switch and turned it off. The engine died. The silence returned. The desert silence. The shop silence. The silence of a job completed. Paul stood in the shop. The fluorescent lights hummed. The panhead sat on the lift, its engine rebuilt, its chrome gleaming, its tank faded black, with a small dent on the left side, catching the light. The work order on the workbench said, "Promised completion, September 28, 1989. The job was 35 years late, but the job was done. Paul felt the presence leave. He felt it the way you feel a person leave a room, not by seeing them go, but by the change in the air, by the subtle shift in the quality of the silence, by the sudden feeling of being alone in a space that was, a moment ago, shared. The density of the air thinned. The warmth in the tools cooled. The particular feeling of being guided, of his hands knowing things his brain did not know, faded and was gone. Ernesto was gone. The job was done. The mechanic had finished his last repair. Paul stood in the empty shop for a long time. The pre-dawn light was beginning to filter through the open bay door, turning the eastern sky from black to gray to pale blue. The stars were fading. The desert was becoming visible, the flat brown expanse of scrub brush and sand, and the distant dark shapes of mesas on the horizon. Paul walked to his soft ale. He rolled it out of the shop, through the bay door, onto the hard-packed dirt. He looked back at the shop. The panhead was on the lift inside, its rebuilt engine gleaming in the fluorescent light. The tools were on the pegboard. The work order was on the workbench. Everything was in order. Everything was complete. Paul pulled the bay door down. It rolled on its tracks and settled into its frame. He looked for a way to lock it. The padlock was on the ground outside, rusted open. He picked it up and tried to close it. The mechanism was seized. The padlock would not lock. He left it. He left the door unlocked. He left the shop the way Ernesto had left it, ready. But this time, ready with a finished job inside. A completed rebuild. A promise kept. Paul got on his Softail. He started the engine. Both cylinders fired cleanly. The bypass was holding. The engine ran smooth and strong. He rode west. Toward Santa Rosa. Toward the rising sun. Toward the world of cell phone signals and gas stations and people who were alive and who slept at night and who did not guide strangers' hands through engine rebuilds in abandoned shops in the desert. Behind him, the shop sat in the growing dawn light, small and white and quiet. The faded sign, the flat roof, the bay door, the desert on all sides, and inside the shop on the hydraulic lift, a 1953 Harley-Davidson Panhead with a freshly rebuilt engine sat in the fluorescent light, waiting for Jay Medina to come and pick it up. Paul did not go home right away. He rode to Santa Rosa. He bought a proper replacement ignition module at an auto parts store that opened at 7 in the morning. He installed it in the parking lot in about 20 minutes. He removed the bypass wire that Ernesto, or Ernesto's presence, or whatever had been in the shop with him, had helped him install. He put the bypass wire in his saddlebag. He would keep it. He would keep it the way a person keeps a gift from someone who matters. Then he did something he had not planned to do. He rode to Tucumcari. He was not sure why. Some instinct, some pull. The same kind of pull that Marcus had felt toward Hollow Creek. The pull of an unfinished story, of a question that had not been answered, of a name on a work order that did not have a face attached to it. Jay Medina, customer, 1953, Harley-Davidson FL Panhead, complete engine rebuild. Who was Jay Medina? Why had he brought his motorcycle to Ernesto in September of 1989? Why had he never come back for it? Paul rode to Tucumcari. He found the small apartment building above the laundromat where Ernesto had lived. He found the laundromat owner, a woman named Rosa in her 60s, who had bought the building from Ernesto's estate after he died. "Did you know Ernesto?" Paul asked. "Everyone knew Ernesto," Rosa said. "He was a quiet man. Came down every morning for his walk. Drank coffee at Dell's. Never said much. But when he did say something, you listened. Because the man thought about his words the way he thought about his engines. Carefully. Did you ever hear him mention a customer named Jay Medina?" Rosa thought about it. She shook her head slowly. Ernesto didn't talk about his work much. He talked about motorcycles sometimes, about engines, but not about specific customers. Paul thanked her. He walked to Dell's Diner. It was still open, a small diner on the main street, the kind of place that survives in small towns because the regulars will not let it close. A waitress in her 40s was behind the counter. Paul ordered coffee. He asked the waitress if she knew anything about Ernesto Ruiz or a person named Jay Medina. The waitress, her name was Linda, shook her head about Medina but nodded about Ernesto. Ernesto came in here every morning for about 15 years after he closed his shop, Linda said. Same stool, same order, coffee and a biscuit. He was the quietest man I ever served, but polite. Always polite. He called me señorita even when I was clearly not a señorita anymore. She paused. She looked at Paul. There was one thing, Linda said. About a month before he died. He came in for his coffee, same as always, but he was different that morning. Agitated. Not angry. Ernesto was never angry, but unsettled. Like something was bothering him. I asked him if he was okay. He said he was fine. Then he said, and I remember this because it was the longest thing Ernesto ever said to me. He said, "I have a job I never finished." a motorcycle I never gave back. And it bothers me. It has bothered me every day for 15 years. I close my eyes at night and I see the parts on the workbench and I know they're waiting, and I know I should go back and finish the job. But I can't. My hands don't work anymore. My eyes don't work anymore. I can't hold a wrench. I can't see a tolerance. I am a mechanic who cannot work. And the worst part is not that I can't work. The worst part is that someone is waiting for their motorcycle, and I can't give it back to them. Linda looked at Paul. That's what he said, word for word. I remember because it was so many words from a man who usually used so few. And then he finished his coffee and he left and he died about a month later. Paul sat at the counter and felt the weight of the story settle into him. Ernesto had died with an unfinished job, the panhead on the lift, the parts on the workbench, Jay Medina's motorcycle, the promise he could not keep. And last night, in the shop, in the desert, Ernesto had kept it. Through Paul's hands, through the warm tools, through the guided fingers, through the 4 hours of impossible work that Paul could not have done alone, but that Ernesto could do even from the other side of death, because a master mechanic's hands do not forget, even when the master mechanic is no longer alive. Paul finished his coffee. He paid. He left. He walked down the main street of Tucumcari, thinking about Jay Medina. He stopped at the county courthouse. He asked the clerk if there were any records for a person named Medina who had lived in the area in the late 1980s. The clerk searched. She found a property record. Jay Medina, full name Jose Antonio Medina, had owned a small ranch about 12 miles north of the old Route 66 highway. The ranch had been sold in 1991, 2 years after the work order date. Jose Medina had moved to Las Cruces. Paul asked if there was a forwarding address. There was not, but the clerk found a death certificate. Jose Antonio Medina, born 1928, died 2001, age 73, buried in Las Cruces, New Mexico. Jay Medina was dead. The customer who had brought his 1953 panhead to Ernesto for a rebuild in September of 1989 was dead. He had died in 2001. He had never come back for his motorcycle. He had waited 12 years, from 1989 to 2001, for a motorcycle that was sitting in a closed shop in the desert with its engine in pieces. Had he known? Had he known that Ernesto closed the shop? Had he known that his panhead was inside, on the lift, unfinished? Had he tried to contact Ernesto? Had he given up? Had he bought another motorcycle? Had he spent the last 12 years of his life wondering what happened to the black panhead with the dent in the tank and the engine that needed rebuilding? Paul would never know. Jose Medina was dead. Ernesto Ruiz was dead. The two men who knew the full story, the mechanic and the customer, the maker and the owner, the man who promised and the man who waited, were both gone. Only the motorcycle remained. The motorcycle and the rebuilt engine and the shop and the desert and the stars. Paul rode back to the shop that afternoon. He rode through the heat of the New Mexico midday, the desert shimmering on both sides of the highway, the sun pressing down on his black leather jacket like a hot iron. He found the shop easily in the daylight, the small white building on the north side of the old highway. Its sign faded, its bay door closed, sitting in the middle of nothing. He opened the bay door. He went inside. The panhead was on the lift. The engine was complete. The tools were on the pegboard. Everything was the same as he had left it that morning. But the air was different. The presence was gone. The warmth in the tools was gone. the density that Paul had felt the night before, the feeling of someone standing nearby, watching, guiding, was completely absent. The shop was just a shop, a closed shop in the desert, empty, still, dead. Ernesto was gone. The job was done. The mechanic had finished his last repair and had moved on to wherever mechanics go when their work is complete. Paul stood in the shop for a while. He looked at the panhead on the lift. He looked at the work order on the workbench. Customer, J. Medina. Promised completion, September 28, 1989. Completed, September 2024. 35 years late, but done. Paul closed the bay door. He did not lock it. He could not lock it. The padlock was rusted open and would never close again. But he pulled the door down tight and he stepped back and he looked at the small white building one more time. "Job's done, Ernesto," Paul said, quietly, to the desert, to the shop, to the air, to the memory of a man who had spent 31 years fixing motorcycles on the edge of Route 66, and who had died with one unfinished job, and who had come back one last time on a September night to finish it. Paul got on his Softail. He started the engine. He rode west into the desert into the afternoon, into the long, slow descent of the sun toward the horizon. Behind him, the shop sat in the desert light, small and white and quiet and complete. The sign faded, the roof flat, the bay door closed. Inside, a 1953 Harley-Davidson panhead with a freshly rebuilt engine sat on a hydraulic lift, waiting for a customer who would never come. The engine was perfect. The engine was ready. The engine would run if someone turned the key and kicked the starter, as well as it had run the day it left the Harley-Davidson factory in Milwaukee, Wisconsin in 1953. The engine would run, but nobody would ever start it again. Nobody would ever ride J. Medina's panhead again. The motorcycle would sit on the lift, in the closed shop, in the desert, for as long as the building stood. And the building, built by a man who knew how to build things that lasted, would stand for a very long time. The desert is patient. The desert waits. The desert holds everything, the sand and the scrub brush and the bones of animals and the ruins of buildings and the memories of the people who lived and worked and died in its vast, empty embrace. The desert holds the shop. The shop holds the motorcycle. The motorcycle holds the engine. And the engine holds the last work of a mechanic's hands. The last bolts tightened. The last valves adjusted. The last tolerances set. The last act of a man who loved his work so much that not even death could stop him from finishing it. That is the second story. The rain continues. The third story begins now. The third story takes place on a road in the mountains of North Georgia, on a stretch of two-lane highway that runs through the Chattahoochee National Forest between the small towns of Dahlonega and Blairsville. The road is called Route 19, though the locals call it different things, depending on which section they are referring to. Blood Mountain Highway near the top, where the road crosses the Appalachian Trail, or the Dahlonega Highway near the bottom, where it passes through the old gold mining town. The stretch of road that matters in this story is about 40 miles long. It runs north from Dahlonega through increasingly steep and winding terrain, climbing from about 1,500 feet of elevation to over 3,000 feet as it approaches Blood Mountain. The road is narrow. The curves are tight. The grades are steep. The guardrails are old and rusted and positioned with the particular optimism of the 1950s when the road was last improved and when the prevailing engineering philosophy was that drivers and riders were responsible for their own safety and that guardrails were more of a suggestion than a barrier. The road is popular with motorcycle riders. It has been popular for decades. The curves are the attraction, long sweeping bends that follow the contour of the ridges, tight switchbacks that climb the steepest sections, and the occasional high-speed straight that opens up between the curves like a breath between sentences. The road is beautiful and dangerous in equal measure, the way the best riding roads always are. And the history of the road includes a long list of motorcycle accidents, some minor and some fatal, that have accumulated over the decades like notches on a belt. Mile marker 77 is on the north side of Blood Mountain, about 3 miles south of Neal's Gap, where the Appalachian Trail crosses the highway. At mile marker 77, the road makes a sharp left curve, a decreasing radius curve, the kind that starts wide and gets tighter as you go through it, the kind that catches riders by surprise because they enter the curve at a speed that feels comfortable for the first half. But that is too fast for the second half. The outside of the curve drops off sharply into a ravine about 200 feet deep, choked with rhododendron and mountain laurel and the fallen trunks of dead hemlocks. A rusted guardrail, about 2 feet high, runs along the outside of the curve. The guardrail has dents in it, several dents. Each dent represents a vehicle that went wide on the curve and hit the guardrail instead of going over the edge. The vehicles that did not hit the guardrail, the ones that went over, are at the bottom of the ravine, some of them still there, rusting in the undergrowth, invisible from the road above. There is a small white cross at mile marker 77. It is about 2 feet tall, made of painted wood, driven into the ground on the shoulder of the road. On the inside of the curve, a small metal plaque is attached to the cross. The plaque says, "In memory of Thomas Randall Fletcher, July 4th, 1941, October 3rd, 1963. Ride in peace, Thomas Randall Fletcher. Born July 4th, 1941. Died October the 3rd, 1963. 22 years old. The cross has been there since 1963. 61 years. Through rain and snow and sun and wind, and the slow, patient weathering of the Georgia mountains, the paint has been renewed several times. Someone, over the decades, has come to the cross periodically and repainted it white and polished the plaque, and straightened the cross in the ground if the frost has tilted it. Someone has been taking care of it. Someone has not forgotten Thomas Randall Fletcher. Even though 61 years have passed since he died on this curve on a Thursday night in October, the story of what happened at mile marker 77 is told 3 times, by 3 different riders. On 3 consecutive nights in October of 2024, 61 years after Thomas Fletcher died. 3 riders riding the same road on 3 different nights, each seeing the same thing, the same impossible thing. The first rider was named Kevin Park. He was 28 years old. He was riding a 2019 Harley-Davidson Iron, 883, matte black, lowered, with a solo seat and drag bars. Kevin was a software engineer from Atlanta who rode the North Georgia mountains every weekend from March through November. He knew Route 19 well. He had ridden it maybe 50 times. He knew every curve. He knew every straightaway. He knew every mile marker. He knew mile marker 77. Kevin was riding north on Route 19 on a Thursday night in early October, about 9 o'clock. The sun had been down for about an hour. The road was dark, no streetlights on this section, just the headlight of the Iron 883 cutting through the blackness, illuminating the pavement and the guardrails and the tree trunks, and the occasional pair of animal eyes glowing in the undergrowth. The air was cool. The temperature had dropped into the low 50s, typical for October at this elevation. Kevin was wearing a leather jacket and gloves and a full-face helmet. He was riding at about 40 miles an hour, slower than he usually rode on this road because it was dark and the curves were tighter than they felt in the daylight, and Kevin was a careful rider who adjusted his speed to the conditions. He came around the curve at mile marker 76. A right-hand curve, medium radius, no surprises. The road straightened briefly, about 200 yards of straight before the next curve. Kevin opened the throttle slightly, gaining speed on the straight, preparing for the left curve at mile marker 77. He knew the curve. He had ridden it 50 times. He knew it was a decreasing radius. He knew it tightened in the second half. He knew to enter it slow and keep the speed steady through the apex, and not to panic if the curve got tighter than expected. He entered the curve at about 35 miles an hour. He leaned the iron 883 gently to the left. His headlights swept across the inside of the curve, illuminating the white cross at the edge of the road. He had seen the cross before. He had read the plaque once, on a daytime ride, stopping to stretch his legs. Thomas Randall Fletcher. 1941 to 1963. Ride in peace. His headlight continued to sweep through the curve. The inside of the curve passed. The road began to tighten. Kevin held his line. He held his speed. He was doing everything right. And then his headlight illuminated something in the curve that should not have been there. A motorcycle. In the road. In the curve. Directly in Kevin's path. Kevin's body reacted before his brain could process what he was seeing. His right hand squeezed the front brake. His right foot pressed the rear brake. The iron 883 decelerated hard, the tires grabbing the cold pavement, the suspension compressing, the bike standing up slightly from the braking force. Kevin's speed dropped from 35 to 20 to 10 in about 2 seconds. He stopped. Both feet on the pavement, the engine idling, the headlight pointing at the motorcycle in the road. The motorcycle was about 30 feet ahead of him. It was on its side, lying in the road, in the middle of the curve. The front wheel was pointing uphill. The rear wheel was pointing downhill. The engine was not running. The headlight was off. The motorcycle was just lying there, on its side, on the cold, dark pavement, as if it had just fallen over. As if the rider had lost control in the curve, and the bike had gone down and slid across the pavement and come to rest in the middle of the road. Kevin stared at the motorcycle. His heart was hammering. His hands were shaking on the grips. The adrenaline of the emergency stop was surging through his body. He had almost hit a motorcycle that was lying in the road in the dark. He had almost gone down himself. He looked at the motorcycle more carefully. His headlight was illuminating it fully. The bike was old, very old, a vintage machine. Chrome fenders, chrome tank, no, a two-tone tank, dark over light, though it was hard to tell the exact colors in the headlight beam. A large V-twin engine, a Springer front end, a rigid frame, no rear suspension, white wall tires, the kind of motorcycle that was built in the 1950s or early 1960s. The motorcycle was damaged. The right side, the side that was facing up since the bike was lying on its left side, showed scrapes and scratches on the chrome and the paint. The right exhaust pipe was bent. The right mirror was broken. The glass scattered on the pavement in small reflective pieces that caught Kevin's headlight and sparkled like tiny stars on the dark road. This was a crash. Someone had crashed on this curve. Someone on a vintage motorcycle had lost control and gone down. The bike was on the road. The rider, where was the rider? Kevin looked around. He looked at the road ahead and behind. He looked at the shoulder. He looked at the guardrail. He looked at the edge of the ravine, the outside of the curve. No rider, no body, no helmet, no gloves, no jacket, no sign of a person anywhere. Just the motorcycle lying on its side, in the middle of the curve, at mile marker 77, in the dark. Kevin got off his iron 883. He walked toward the downed motorcycle. His boots crunched on the small pieces of broken mirror glass. He crouched beside the bike. He looked at it more closely. The motorcycle was a Harley Davidson, a panhead, probably early 1960s. The tank was, he could see the colors now in the beam of his headlight, dark blue over cream. The chrome was old but had been well maintained at some point. The leather seat was cracked. The white wall tires were worn but not bald. The bike was not dusty. The bike was not rusted. The bike was not covered in debris or leaves or the accumulated grime of sitting outdoors. The bike looked like it had been ridden recently. The tires had tread depth. The chain had oil on it. The engine cases, though scratched from the crash, were clean underneath the scratches. This motorcycle had been moving. This motorcycle had been riding on this road tonight, but there was no rider, and the engine was cold. Not cooling, cold, dead cold. The kind of cold that metal reaches when it has been sitting for hours, not minutes. The engine had not been running recently. The engine felt like it had not been running in a very long time. Kevin stood up. He looked at the motorcycle on the road. He looked at the white cross on the shoulder, about 10 feet away. Thomas Randall Fletcher, 1941 to 1963. Ride in peace. He looked at the guardrail with its dents. He looked at the ravine beyond the guardrail, dark and deep and full of rhododendron and dead hemlocks. Something cold moved through Kevin's body. Not the temperature. Something else. Something that started in his stomach and moved upward through his chest and into his throat. The feeling of understanding something that he didn't want to understand. The motorcycle on the road was from the early 1960s. The cross on the shoulder was from 1963. A man named Thomas Fletcher had died on this curve in 1963. And now, 61 years later, a motorcycle from that era was lying on this curve, crashed, with no rider, with a cold engine, with fresh scratches on old chrome. Kevin took out his phone. He turned on the flashlight. He pointed it at the motorcycle's license plate. The plate was old, an old Georgia plate, the kind that was issued in the early 1960s with a different format than modern plates. The plate was bent and scratched, but the numbers were readable. Kevin wrote the numbers down. He did not know why. He just felt like he should. He walked to the guardrail. He pointed his phone's flashlight over the edge. The light penetrated about 20 feet into the ravine before the rhododendron swallowed it. He could see the steep slope dropping away. He could see broken branches. He could see the dark shapes of rocks and fallen trees. He could not see the bottom. "Hello," Kevin called. His voice echoed off the rock face on the other side of the ravine and came back to him, distorted and thin. "Is anyone down there? Hello?" No answer. Just the echo, and the silence, and the cold mountain air. Kevin walked back to the motorcycle. He stood beside it. He looked at it. He looked at the white cross. He looked at the road, empty in both directions, dark and winding and disappearing into the mountains. And then, something happened that Kevin would never be able to fully explain. Something that he would tell 2 other people about, and only 2 other people, and that he would spend the rest of his life trying to understand. The motorcycle moved. Not a lot. Not dramatically. The motorcycle, lying on its left side on the cold pavement, shifted. A small movement, an inch, maybe 2, as if something had pushed it, or as if the motorcycle itself had moved, very slightly the way a sleeping animal moves when it shifts its weight in its sleep. Kevin stepped back. His heart rate spiked. His breath caught. He stared at the motorcycle. It was still, motionless, lying on its side in the road, not moving, as if it had never moved, as if Kevin had imagined it. But Kevin had not imagined it. The mirror glass on the pavement, the small reflective pieces that Kevin had been standing on, had been disturbed. The pieces nearest to the motorcycle had shifted. They had been pushed outward, away from the bike, by about half an inch. Something had moved the motorcycle, and the movement had displaced the mirror fragments on the pavement. Kevin did not touch the motorcycle. He did not try to lift it. He did not try to investigate further. He walked quickly, not running, but quickly, back to his iron 883. He got on. He started the engine. He rode around the downed motorcycle, giving it a wide berth, using the opposite lane to pass it. He continued north on Route 19. He did not look back. He rode to Blairsville. He found a gas station that was still open. He parked under the fluorescent lights of the canopy and sat on his motorcycle for about 10 minutes, breathing, letting his heart rate come down, letting the adrenaline fade. The fluorescent lights were bright and cold and artificial and real. The gas station was open and lit and normal and real. The world was real. The pavement was real. The gas pumps were real. The motorcycle at mile marker 77 had been real too. Kevin knew it. He had seen it. He had touched the pavement around it. He had seen the mirror fragments move. It was real. But it was also impossible. A motorcycle from the early 1960s crashed on a curve where a man died in 1963, with no rider, with a cold engine, lying in the road at 9 o'clock on a Thursday night in October. A motorcycle that moved by itself. Kevin sat at the gas station and tried to make it make sense. He could not. He went home. He went to bed. He did not sleep. The next night, Friday, a second rider came through mile marker 77. Her name was Diana Reeves. She was 35 years old. She was riding a Harley-Davidson Sportster 1200. She saw the same thing. And the night after that, Saturday, a third rider came through. His name was Marcus Webb. He was 42 years old. He was riding a Harley-Davidson Road King. He saw it too. 3 riders, 3 nights, 3 encounters with the same crashed motorcycle at the same mile marker on the same curve, the same vintage panhead, the same cold engine, the same missing rider, the same white cross on the shoulder. 3 witnesses to the same impossible thing. Diana Reeves found the motorcycle on Friday night at about 10:15. She was riding south, the opposite direction from Kevin, coming down from Neal's Gap toward Dahlonega after a late dinner at a small restaurant in Blairsville. Diana was an experienced rider. She had been riding for 12 years. She was a paramedic in Gainesville, about 40 miles south of the mountains, and she rode the North Georgia curves on her days off, the way some people go to church, regularly, faithfully, as a form of spiritual maintenance that kept her sane after the long shifts of blood and sirens and the particular emotional weight of a job that involves saving people who do not always get saved. Diana knew mile marker 77. She knew the curve. She knew the cross. She had stopped once about 2 years ago on a sunny Sunday afternoon and had read the plaque. Thomas Randall Fletcher, 1941 to 1963. She had stood beside the cross for a moment and thought about the man who died here, and about the road that killed him, and about the thin line between a good ride and a last ride. Then she had gotten back on her Sportster and ridden home. Tonight, Diana came into the curve from the north side, a right-hand curve from her direction, the mirror image of what Kevin had experienced the night before. She was riding at about 30 miles an hour. Her headlights swept through the curve. She saw the cross on the shoulder. She saw the guardrail. She saw the pavement. And she saw the motorcycle. Diana's training kicked in before her fear did. She was a paramedic. She was trained to respond to accidents. Her body knew what to do when she encountered a crashed vehicle on a road. Stop, assess, secure the scene, check for victims, call for help. Her hands braked smoothly. Her feet found the ground. Her engine idled. Her eyes scanned the scene. The motorcycle was in the same position Kevin had seen it, on its left side, in the middle of the curve, the front wheel pointing uphill, the rear wheel pointing downhill, the same vintage panhead, the same two-tone tank, dark blue over cream, the same chrome, the same broken mirror glass on the pavement, the same bent exhaust pipe, the same scratches on the right side. But Diana noticed something that Kevin had not noticed, because Diana was a paramedic and paramedics are trained to look for specific things at accident scenes. There was no oil on the pavement. A motorcycle that crashes and lies on its side will leak oil. The crankcase will drain. The oil will pool on the pavement beneath the engine, forming a dark slick that spreads slowly outward. This is physics. This is gravity. This is what happens when a container of oil is turned sideways and the seal is broken. There was no oil. The pavement beneath the motorcycle was dry, clean. No fluid of any kind. No oil. No gas. No coolant. The motorcycle was lying on its side on dry pavement, as if it had been placed there carefully by someone who had drained all the fluids first. Or as if the motorcycle had no fluids in it at all. As if it were empty. As if the engine were not a functioning engine but a shell. A hollow metal sculpture in the shape of an engine, containing nothing inside. Diana got off her Sportster. She walked toward the downed motorcycle. She crouched beside it. She reached out and touched the engine. The metal was cold, not cool. Cold. The deep cold of metal that has been sitting in mountain air for hours, maybe longer, maybe much longer. She touched the exhaust pipe, cold. She touched the cylinder fins, cold. She touched the oil tank, cold. Everything was cold. Everything felt like it had been cold for a very long time. Not the cold of an engine that ran an hour ago and has been cooling since. The cold of an engine that has not run in decades. The cold of a museum exhibit. The cold of something that is preserved, not used. Diana looked at the motorcycle the way a paramedic looks at a patient, systematically, methodically, checking each detail for information. The tires had tread. The chain had some oil on it. Old oil, thickened and dark, not the fresh, shiny oil of a recently lubricated chain. The seat was cracked. The grips were worn. The cables were dry. Everything about the motorcycle said, I have not been ridden in a very long time. And yet, I am here, on the road, crashed, as if I was just ridden. Diana stood up. She looked around for a rider. She walked the shoulder in both directions, scanning the road and the brush with her flashlight. She checked the guardrail for fresh marks, scrapes or dents that would indicate a body going over the edge. She found old dents, many old dents, but no fresh ones, no fresh scratches, no fabric caught on the rusted metal, no blood, no sign of a person going over the guardrail tonight. She called out, "Hello? Is anyone hurt? Can anyone hear me?" Her voice carried into the ravine and echoed back. No response. She called again and again. The mountain answered with silence. Diana took out her phone. No signal. This section of Route 19 was in a dead zone, too remote, too deep in the mountains, too far from the nearest cell tower. She could not call 911. She could not call dispatch. She was alone on a dark mountain road with a crashed motorcycle that had no rider and no oil, and a cold engine and a broken mirror, and a white cross 10 feet away. Diana made a decision. She was going to ride to the nearest house or business and call the sheriff. She was going to report an accident scene. She was going to do what her training told her to do. Document, report. Let the professionals investigate. She walked back to her Sportster. She got on. She started the engine. She took one last look at the panhead on the road. The motorcycle was gone. Diana stared at the pavement where the motorcycle had been. The pavement was empty. The road was clear. No motorcycle. No broken mirror glass. No bent exhaust pipe. No scratches. Nothing. The curve at mile marker 77 was just a curve. Dark pavement, white line, rusted guardrail, white cross on the shoulder. An ordinary curve on an ordinary mountain road. Diana sat on her idling Sportster and looked at the empty road for about 30 seconds. Her paramedic brain, the part of her brain that dealt with facts and evidence and the physical reality of the world, was telling her that she had hallucinated. That the stress of her job and the darkness of the road and the loneliness of riding alone at night had combined to create a visual experience that felt real but was not. But her hands had touched the motorcycle. Her fingers had felt the cold metal of the engine. Her eyes had seen the broken mirror glass on the pavement. Her ears had heard her own voice echoing off the ravine walls when she called out for a victim. These were not hallucination details. Hallucinations do not have texture. Hallucinations do not have temperature. Hallucinations do not scatter mirror glass on pavement that crunches under your boots. Diana rode to Blairsville. She did not call the sheriff. She did not report an accident. She went home. She sat in her kitchen and drank a glass of wine and tried to make sense of what had happened and could not. She did not know about Kevin Park. She did not know that a man on an iron 883 had seen the same motorcycle on the same curve 24 hours earlier. She did not know that she was the second witness. The third witness was Marcus Webb. Saturday night, about 8:45, Marcus was riding north on Route 19. Same direction as Kevin, same direction as the late Thomas Fletcher had been riding on the night he died in 1963. Marcus was on his Road King, a big touring bike, heavy with a wide windshield and hard saddlebags and a comfortable seat designed for long-distance riding. Marcus was a long-distance rider. He had ridden across the country twice. He had ridden to Sturgis 4 times. He was the kind of rider who measured his life in miles and who believed that the solution to most of life's problems was a long ride on a good road. Marcus came into the curve at mile marker 77 at about 30 miles an hour. His headlight, the big wide beam of the Road King's halogen headlight, swept through the curve and illuminated the scene. The motorcycle was there, on its left side, in the middle of the curve. The same position. The same vintage panhead, the same two-tone tank, the same broken mirror glass, the same cold engine, the same absent rider, the same white cross on the shoulder. Marcus stopped. He got off his Road King. He walked toward the panhead. He was not afraid. Marcus was not the kind of man who was easily frightened. He had been in bar fights and motorcycle accidents and a few situations during his younger years that were significantly more dangerous than a crashed motorcycle on a dark road. He was cautious but not afraid. He crouched beside the motorcycle. He looked at it with the careful attention of a man who had been around Harley Davidsons for most of his adult life and who knew what he was looking at. The bike was a panhead. Early 1960s. Probably 1962 or 1963, based on the style of the tank and the fenders. The chrome was old but not pitted. The paint, the dark blue and cream, was faded but not peeling. The motorcycle was in remarkably good condition for its age, aside from the crash damage. Marcus noticed what Diana had noticed. No oil on the pavement, no fluids of any kind. He also noticed something else that neither Kevin nor Diana had noticed. The tires. The tires were wrong. The white wall tires on the panhead were not flat. They were inflated, fully inflated. A motorcycle that has been sitting for decades will have flat tires. The rubber degrades, the air leaks out, the tubes lose pressure. Even a motorcycle that has been sitting for a few weeks will show some pressure loss. These tires were fully inflated, hard, round, holding air, as if they had been pumped up this morning. But the rubber was old. Marcus could see it. The sidewalls had the particular cracking pattern, small hairline cracks in the rubber surface. That develops in tires that are many years old. These tires were decades old, but they were fully inflated. Old rubber holding new air, an impossibility that added to the growing list of impossibilities at mile marker 77. Marcus stood up. He looked at the white cross. He walked to it. He crouched beside it. He read the plaque. Thomas Randall Fletcher, July 4th, 1941, October 3rd, 1963. Ride in peace, October 3rd, 1963. A Thursday. Thomas Fletcher had died on a Thursday. Kevin had seen the motorcycle on a Thursday, the first Thursday of October 2024, 61 years to the day. Marcus looked at the panhead on the road. He looked at the cross. He looked at the date on the plaque. October 3rd. Today was Saturday, October 5th. 2 days after the anniversary. 2 days after the first sighting. He walked back to the motorcycle. He crouched beside it again. He did something that neither Kevin nor Diana had done. He looked at the motorcycle's license plate. The plate was the same plate Kevin had seen. An old Georgia plate, early 1960s format. Marcus took out his phone and photographed it. The flash illuminated the plate clearly. He could read the numbers. Then he did something else that neither Kevin nor Diana had done. He reached under the seat of the panhead, the area where many riders kept their registration and insurance papers, and he felt around. His fingers found a small leather pouch, snapped to the underside of the seat with 2 brass snaps. He unsnapped it. He pulled it out. Inside the pouch was a registration card. An old registration card, printed on stiff paper. The kind of registration that the state of Georgia issued in the early 1960s. The card was yellowed and soft with age. The ink was faded, but the information was readable. The motorcycle was registered to Thomas R. Fletcher. Address, 147 Oak Street, Dahlonega, Georgia. Year 1963. Make, Harley Davidson. Model FLH Duo Glide. Thomas R. Fletcher. The same name on the cross. The same man who died on this curve on October 3rd, 1963. This was his motorcycle. This was the motorcycle he was riding when he died. This was the motorcycle that had crashed on this curve 61 years ago, killing its rider. And that was now lying on the same curve, in the same position, crashed again or still crashed, with its dead rider's registration still in its leather pouch under its cracked seat. Marcus put the registration back in the pouch. He snapped the pouch back under the seat. He stood up. He looked at the motorcycle. He looked at the cross. He looked at the road, dark and empty in both directions. Thomas Fletcher, Marcus said aloud. Not to anyone, just to the air, just to the mountain, just to the name on the cross and the name on the registration and the dark, cold motorcycle lying on the pavement in front of him. The motorcycle moved. The same small movement that Kevin had seen. A shift. An inch. Maybe 2. A settling, as if the motorcycle were adjusting its position. As if it were getting comfortable. As if it were responding to its name. Marcus did not step back. Marcus was not that kind of man. He stood his ground. He looked at the motorcycle. The motorcycle was still again, but it had moved. Marcus had seen it. And then something else happened. Something that Kevin and Diana had not experienced. Something that was meant for Marcus alone, because Marcus was the third witness, and the third witness in the old stories is always the one who receives the full truth. The headlight came on. The panhead's headlight, the single round chrome headlight at the front of the motorcycle, flickered once and then came on. A pale yellow light. The same pale yellow light that Dale Morrow had seen in his mirror on Route 23 in Kentucky. The same warm halogen glow that existed in motorcycles before LED and HID and the other modern technologies that made headlights brighter and colder. An old light, a warm light, a light from 1963. The headlight was on. The motorcycle was on its side. The headlight was pointing at an angle across the road, its beam cutting through the darkness and illuminating the rock face on the inside of the curve, and the trees above, and a small patch of sky. Marcus stared at the headlight. The light was steady, not flickering, not dimming, just on, burning with the warm, pale yellow glow of a bulb that was somehow receiving power from a battery that should have been dead for 61 years in an electrical system that should have corroded to nothing decades ago. And then the engine started. Not with a kick, not with a starter button. The engine simply started. The panhead feed twin turned over, one compression, 2, 3, and caught. The engine fired, both cylinders. The deep, heavy rumble of a 1963 panhead engine lying on its side on the pavement, running, the exhaust note bouncing off the rock face and carrying out into the dark mountain air. Marcus stood 3 feet from a motorcycle that was lying on its side with its headlight on and its engine running, and no rider and no key in the ignition, and no visible mechanism by which the engine could have started. The engine ran for about 30 seconds. The sound filled the curve. The sound filled the ravine. The sound carried down the mountain and up the mountain and into the dark forest on both sides. The particular sound of a panhead, the deep, uneven potato, 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 echoed off Blood Mountain and came back as a chorus of mechanical ghosts, 100 phantom engines answering the one real engine on the road. Then the engine stopped. Not gradually, instantly. As if someone had turned a switch, the rumble died. The silence returned. The headlight stayed on for about 5 more seconds, burning steadily, and then it faded. Slowly, the way Dale Morrow's phantom headlight had faded on Route 23, from full brightness to a glow to a pinpoint to nothing. The motorcycle was dark. The motorcycle was silent. The motorcycle was lying on its side on the cold, dark pavement, exactly where it had been, exactly as it had been, as if nothing had happened, as if the engine had not run, as if the headlight had not been on. But Marcus had heard it. Marcus had seen it. And Marcus, who was not a man who was easily shaken, was shaken. He stood beside the motorcycle for a long time. He did not move. He did not speak. He just stood and breathed and looked and tried to fit what had just happened into any framework of understanding that he possessed. He could not. The frameworks were insufficient. The frameworks of physics and mechanics and rational thought could not contain what he had just witnessed. A motorcycle lying on its side with its engine running and its headlight on, and no rider and no key. These things did not happen. These things could not happen. And yet they had happened. Here, now, on this curve, at this mile marker, 3 feet in front of him. Marcus got on his Road King. He started the engine. The big touring bike's engine rumbled to life. A modern rumble. An evolution engine rumble. Different from the panhead's older, deeper voice. Marcus sat on the idling Road King and looked at the panhead one last time. "Rest easy, Thomas," Marcus said. He rode away, north. toward Blairsville. He did not look back. Behind him, on the curve at mile marker 77, the panhead lay on its side in the dark. The engine was cold. The headlight was off. The mirror glass was scattered on the pavement. The white cross stood on the shoulder, its paint bright in the darkness, its plaque catching the faint starlight. Thomas Randall Fletcher, 1941 to 1963. Ride in peace. The three riders found each other because of the internet, because of a forum, a motorcycle forum, one of the large ones where riders from across the country post about roads and bikes and gear, and the occasional strange experience that does not fit into any of the normal categories. Kevin posted first. On Sunday morning, 2 days after his Thursday night encounter, he posted in a sub-forum called Strange Rides, a section of the forum dedicated to unusual experiences on the road, which was mostly populated by stories about close calls and weird weather, and the occasional encounter with wildlife. Kevin's post was short and matter-of-fact, the way a software engineer writes. No embellishment, no drama, just the facts. Thursday night, Route 19, North Georgia, mile marker 77, found a vintage Harley panhead on its side in the road. No rider, cold engine, no oil on the pavement. Old Georgia plates, broken mirror. I stopped and looked at it and it moved. Not a lot, an inch or two. By itself. Nobody touched it. Nobody was near it. It just moved. Then I left. Has anyone else seen anything at this location? The post got a few responses. A couple of riders who knew Route 19 and knew the curve at mile marker 77. A few jokes about ghosts and whiskey. Nothing serious. Then Diana responded. On Monday afternoon, her post was longer, more detailed, written with the clinical precision of a paramedic documenting a scene. I was at mile marker 77 on Friday night. I saw the same motorcycle, same vintage panhead, same position, left side down, middle of the curve. I'm a paramedic. I checked for a rider. No rider. I checked for fluids. No oil, no gas, no coolant on the pavement. I touched the engine. Stone cold. Not cooling, cold. Like it hadn't run in years. I searched the area, called out. No response. I went back to my bike to ride for help, and when I turned around, the motorcycle was gone. The road was empty. No motorcycle, no glass, nothing. The forum went quiet for about an hour after Diana's post. The jokes stopped. People were reading. People were thinking. Then Marcus posted, Monday night. His post was the longest. I was at mile marker 77 on Saturday night. I saw the same motorcycle, same panhead, same position. I checked the registration under the seat. The motorcycle is registered to Thomas R. Fletcher, 147 Oak Street, Dahlonega, Georgia. There is a white cross at mile marker 77 with a plaque for Thomas Randall Fletcher, who died on this curve on October the 3rd, 1963. Thursday was October 3rd, 2024, exactly 61 years to the day. I was standing next to the motorcycle when the headlight turned on by itself. Then the engine started by itself. It ran for about 30 seconds. Then it stopped. Then the headlight faded out. I have video of the license plate on my phone, but I did not think to record the engine starting because I was too shocked to think about my phone. The forum exploded. Within 24 hours, Marcus's post had over 300 responses. People were sharing the thread on social media. Motorcycle news sites picked it up. A reporter from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution called the forum administrator asking for contact information for the three witnesses. Kevin, Diana, and Marcus connected through private messages on the forum. They exchanged phone numbers. They had a group phone call on Tuesday evening. 4 days after Kevin's encounter, 3 days after Diana's, 2 days after Marcus's. The call lasted about 2 hours. They compared experiences. The details matched. The same motorcycle, the same position, the same cold engine, the same absent rider, the same broken mirror glass. Kevin had seen it move. Diana had seen it disappear. Marcus had seen it start. 3 different manifestations, 3 different nights. As if the motorcycle, or whatever was animating the motorcycle, was showing each witness a different aspect of itself. A different chapter of the story. Movement for Kevin, disappearance for Diana, resurrection for Marcus. "We need to find out who Thomas Fletcher was," Marcus said. "We need to go to Dahlonega. We need to find his family. We need to understand why this is happening." They agreed to meet in Dahlonega the following Saturday. 1 week after Marcus's encounter, they would ride separately, Kevin from Atlanta, Diana from Gainesville, Marcus from his home in Marietta, and meet at a diner on the town square at 9 in the morning. Saturday came. They met. 3 riders who had never seen each other in person, connected by an impossible motorcycle on a dark mountain curve. Kevin was younger than Diana, and Marcus had expected. Boyish, thin, with the slightly awkward energy of a person who spends most of his time in front of a computer screen. Diana was more composed, strong, direct, with the calm authority of a woman who deals with emergencies for a living. Marcus was the oldest and the steadiest, big, quiet, with the particular gravity of a man who has seen a lot of road and a lot of life, and who does not rattle easily. They ate breakfast. They talked about what they had seen. They talked about what it might mean. They did not agree on an explanation. Kevin, the software engineer, wanted a rational explanation, a hoax, a prank, a mechanical phenomenon he had not considered. Diana, the paramedic, was more open to the irrational. She had seen things in her work, she said, things in hospitals and ambulances and at accident scenes that did not fit into rational frameworks. Marcus did not offer a theory. Marcus just said, "I know what I saw. I saw a dead man's motorcycle start its engine 61 years after the dead man died. I don't need to explain it. I just need to understand it." After breakfast, they walked to the Lumpkin County Courthouse, the old courthouse on the town square, a brick building with white columns and a clock tower that had been keeping time for the town since the 1830s. They went inside. They found the county records office. The clerk was a woman in her 60s named Mrs. Tolliver. She'd been working in the records office for 31 years. She knew the history of Dahlonega the way a librarian knows the books, intimately, thoroughly, with the particular pride that comes from being the custodian of a community's memory. "We're looking for information about a man named Thomas Randall Fletcher," Marcus said. "Born July 4th, 1941. Died October the 3rd, 1963. Mrs. Tolliver looked at them over her reading glasses. "You're the motorcycle people," she said, not a question. "You've heard about us?" "Honey, the whole town has heard about you. The internet moves fast. 3 people see a ghost motorcycle on Blood Mountain, and the whole country knows about it by Wednesday." She stood up from her desk. She walked to a filing cabinet in the back of the office. She opened a drawer. She pulled out a folder. "Thomas Fletcher," she said, carrying the folder back to the counter. "I pulled this after I read about you online. I figured someone would come asking." She opened the folder. Inside were documents, birth certificate, death certificate, a few newspaper clippings, a copy of a police report. She spread them on the counter. "Thomas Randall Fletcher," Mrs. Tolliver said. "Born July 4th, 1941, right here in Dahlonega. Only child of William and Mary Fletcher. William was a gold miner, worked the Consolidated Mine on the north side of town. Mary was a school teacher at the elementary school. They lived at 147 Oak Street. Small house, white siding. Still standing, actually, though it's been renovated a few times since then. She pointed to the birth certificate, then to the death certificate. Thomas died on October the 3rd, 1963. He was 22 years old. Motorcycle accident on Route 19, about 3 miles south of Neal's Gap. Single vehicle accident. No other vehicles involved. He was riding a 1963 Harley-Davidson FLH Duo Glide. He went wide on a left curve, the curve at mile marker 77, and went off the road on the outside of the curve, went over the guardrail and down the embankment. He was killed on impact. She pointed to the police report. The report was typed on a manual typewriter, the letters slightly uneven, the ink slightly faded. The report described the accident in the clinical language of law enforcement. Single vehicle accident. Motorcycle left the roadway on the outside of a left curve. Vehicle and operator went over the guardrail and down an approximately 200-foot embankment. Operator was found at the bottom of the embankment, deceased. Vehicle was found approximately 30 feet from the operator, on its left side. Cause of accident: excessive speed for conditions. Contributing factors: darkness, unfamiliarity with road. Unfamiliarity with road, Marcus read. He was from Dahlonega. He must have ridden this road 100 times. He had, Mrs. Tolliver said, but not at night. Not on that night. There's more to the story. She pulled out a newspaper clipping. The Dahlonega Nugget, the local paper. October 5th, 1963. 2 days after the accident. The headline said, "Local man dies in motorcycle crash on Blood Mountain." The article told the story of Thomas Fletcher's death, but it also told the story of Thomas Fletcher's life. And the story of his life explained why he was on that road, on that night, riding too fast through a curve he knew in the daylight, but did not know in the dark. Thomas Fletcher was 22 years old in October of 1963. He had grown up in Dahlonega. He had graduated from the local high school in 1959. He had worked at the Consolidated Mine with his father for 2 years after graduation. He had bought a motorcycle, his first motorcycle, a used Triumph, when he was 19. He had traded the Triumph for a Harley-Davidson when he was 21. The Harley was the Duo Glide, dark blue and cream. The motorcycle that was now lying on the road at mile marker 77 every October. Thomas had a girlfriend. Her name was Ruth Ann Dawson. She was 20 years old. She lived in Blairsville, about 30 miles north of Dahlonega, on the other side of Blood Mountain. Thomas and Ruth Ann had been together for about a year. Thomas rode to Blairsville to see her every weekend, taking Route 19 over Blood Mountain, riding the curves he knew by heart, making the trip in about 45 minutes in good weather. On the night of October the 3rd, 1963, a Thursday, Thomas received a phone call at about 7:30 in the evening. The call was from Ruth Ann. She was upset. She was crying. She told Thomas that her father had found out about their relationship and was furious. Ruth Ann's father did not approve of Thomas. He did not approve of the motorcycle. He did not approve of the fact that Thomas was a miner's son from Dahlonega, who rode a loud machine and had grease under his fingernails, and who came to Blairsville every weekend and took his daughter away on the back of a motorcycle that could kill them both. Ruth Ann told Thomas that her father had forbidden her from seeing him again. She told Thomas that her father had threatened to send her to live with an aunt in Savannah if she did not stop seeing the boy with the motorcycle. She was crying. She was scared. She asked Thomas to come to Blairsville tonight, now. She needed to see him. She needed to talk to him. She needed to figure out what to do. Thomas did not hesitate. He put on his jacket. He put on his boots. He got on the duo glide. He started the engine. He rode north on Route 19 toward Blairsville, toward Blood Mountain, toward the curve at mile marker 77. He was riding too fast. He was always a fast rider, but tonight he was faster than usual because Ruth Ann was crying and Ruth Ann needed him. And the 30 miles between Dahlonega and Blairsville felt like 3,000 miles when the person you loved was on the other end of a phone line, scared and crying and asking you to come. He reached mile marker 77 at about 8:15. The curve, the decreasing radius left curve that catches riders by surprise. Thomas knew the curve. He had ridden it dozens of times, but he had always ridden it in the daylight. He had never ridden it at night. At night, the curve was different. At night, the decreasing radius was invisible until you were inside it, and the curve was tightening, and the guardrail was getting closer, and the edge of the ravine was getting closer, and there was no room to correct and no time to slow down. Thomas went wide. The duo glide crossed the center line and went over the outside edge of the curve and hit the guardrail, and went over the guardrail and down the embankment, and Thomas was thrown from the motorcycle, and he hit a tree and he died. He was 22 years old. He was riding to see the girl he loved. He never got there. Ruth Ann waited for him all night. She sat on the porch of her family's house in Blairsville and watched the road and listened for the sound of the duo glide coming over the mountain. The sound never came. At about midnight, she went inside. At about 6 in the morning, her mother told her what had happened. The sheriff had called. Thomas was dead. The motorcycle was at the bottom of a ravine on Blood Mountain. Ruth Ann did not go to Savannah. She did not stop crying for 3 days. She went to the funeral. She stood at the grave. She did not speak to Thomas's parents because she could not speak at all. She stood at the grave and held a small photograph of Thomas on the duo glide, the same photograph that someone later attached to the white cross at mile marker 77. And she shook, and she cried, and she held the photograph against her chest, the way a person holds the last piece of someone they have lost. Mrs. Tolliver finished telling the story. The 3 riders stood at the counter in the county records office and absorbed it. Kevin, Diana, Marcus. 3 people who had seen a ghost motorcycle on a dark mountain road and who now understood why it was there. Thomas Fletcher was riding to Ruth Ann. He was riding to the girl he loved. He was riding too fast because she was crying and he needed to get to her. And he never got there. He died on the curve at mile marker 77, 3 miles short of Neal's Gap, 30 miles short of Blairsville, 30 miles short of Ruth Ann. And every year on the anniversary of his death, October 3rd, and the nights immediately following, the motorcycle appeared on the curve, the duo glide, dark blue and cream, on its left side, in the middle of the road, the way it had been found in 1963, the crash replaying itself, the motorcycle returning to the place where the ride ended, the place where Thomas Fletcher stopped moving and never started again. He's still trying to get to her, Diana said, quietly. Every October, he's still trying to get over the mountain. He's still trying to get to Blairsville. He's still trying to get to Ruth Ann. Marcus looked at Diana. He looked at Kevin. He looked at Mrs. Tolliver. Is Ruth Ann still alive? Marcus asked. Mrs. Tolliver nodded slowly. Ruth Ann Dawson. She married a man named Cooper in 1968. Ruth Ann Cooper. She's 81 years old. She still lives in Blairsville. The 3 riders looked at each other. We need to talk to her, Marcus said. They rode to Blairsville that afternoon. 3 motorcycles, the Iron 883, the Sportster 1200, and the Road King, heading north on Route 19 over Blood Mountain, through the curves past mile marker 77. In the daylight, the curve was just a curve. The pavement was clean. The guardrail was rusted but intact. The white cross stood on the shoulder, its paint white, its plaque catching the October sun. No motorcycle on the road, no broken mirror glass, no cold engine. Just a curve and a cross and the faint memory of what each of them had seen on the nights before. They rode past it without stopping. They climbed Blood Mountain. They crossed the Appalachian Trail at Neal's Gap. They descended the north side of the mountain into the valleys beyond. They reached Blairsville at about 2 in the afternoon. Blairsville was a small mountain town, bigger than Dahlonega, but not by much. A few blocks of downtown buildings around a central square. A courthouse, a few restaurants, a few shops. The particular quiet energy of a small Appalachian town on a Saturday afternoon in October, when the leaves are turning and the tourists are coming, and the local people are going about their lives with the patient tolerance of people who live in a beautiful place and who are accustomed to sharing it with strangers. Finding Ruth Ann Cooper was not difficult. Blairsville was a small town. Marcus asked at a gas station. The attendant knew the name. He gave them directions. A house on a quiet street about half a mile from the town square. A small house with a gray stone chimney and a front porch and a yard full of chrysanthemums, yellow and orange and deep red. The colors of autumn, the colors of the season. They parked their motorcycles at the curb. 3 Harleys in a row. The engines rumbled and then went silent, one by one. The way engines go silent when riders arrive somewhere that matters. Marcus went to the door. He knocked. Diana and Kevin stood behind him on the porch steps. The door opened. A woman stood in the doorway. She was 81 years old. She was small, maybe 5'2", with white hair cut short and eyes that were a pale gray blue, the color of mountain sky in winter. Her face was lined with age, but her posture was straight and her gaze was direct and steady. She was wearing a simple sweater and dark pants and slippers. She looked at the 3 strangers on her porch with an expression that was cautious but not unfriendly. "Mrs. Cooper?" Marcus said. "Yes. My name is Marcus Webb. These are my friends Kevin and Diana. We're sorry to bother you. We'd like to talk to you about Thomas Fletcher." Ruth Ann's face changed. The caution dissolved. In its place was something else, something that Marcus recognized because he had seen it before, in other stories, in other faces. The particular expression of a person who has been carrying a name inside them for a very long time, and who has just heard that name spoken aloud by a stranger. "Thomas," she said. Just the name, just the sound of it, spoken the way a person speaks a word they have not said aloud in years, but that they have been thinking every day. "May we come in?" Marcus asked. Ruth Ann looked at them. She looked past them, at the 3 motorcycles parked at the curb, the Iron 883, the Sportster, the Road King, 3 Harley Davidsons sitting in the autumn sun, their chrome catching the light. "You ride motorcycles," she said. "Yes, ma'am." Ruth Ann looked at the motorcycles for a long time. Then she looked back at Marcus. Her pale eyes were wet but steady. "Come in," she said. She led them to a small living room, a room with a sofa and 2 chairs and a bookshelf and a fireplace with a stone mantel. The room was warm. A small fire was burning in the fireplace. The mantel held a few frame photographs. Marcus looked at them as he sat down. One of the photographs showed a young man, dark hair, strong jaw, wide smile, sitting on a motorcycle, a Harley Davidson Duo Glide, dark blue and cream, in front of a small white house. The same motorcycle, the same colors, the same chrome. The young man was grinning at the camera with the particular joy of a 22-year-old who is sitting on a motorcycle he loves in front of a house where a girl he loves is waiting. "That's Thomas," Ruth Ann said. She had seen Marcus looking at the photograph. That was taken in front of my parents' house, right here in Blairsville, the summer before he died. She sat in one of the chairs. She folded her hands in her lap. She looked at the three riders. "You saw him," she said. Not a question. Marcus looked at Kevin. Kevin looked at Diana. Diana looked at Marcus. "You saw the motorcycle," Ruth Ann said. "On the curve, mile marker 77. "How did you know?" Diana asked. Ruth Ann was quiet for a moment. She looked at the fire. She looked at the photograph on the mantel. "Because I see it too," she said. The room was very quiet. The fire crackled softly. The afternoon light came through the windows and fell on the carpet and the chairs and the three riders and the old woman with the pale eyes. "Every year," Ruth Ann said, "on October 3rd, for 61 years, I drive to mile marker 77 on the anniversary of his death. I park on the shoulder, I sit in my car, and I wait. And every year, as soon as the sun goes down and the road gets dark, the motorcycle appears. On its side, in the middle of the curve, the same duo glide, the same blue and cream, the same crash, the same position." She paused. She looked at her hands. "I've been going there every year since 1964, the year after he died. I went the first time because I needed to see the place where he died. I needed to stand on the road and look at the guardrail and the ravine and understand physically with my body what happened to him. And when I got there, when I stood on the shoulder in the dark, at about 8:15 the time he crashed, the motorcycle appeared, on the road, in the curve, on its left side, just as the police report described it. I thought I was hallucinating. I thought grief was making me see things. I went home. I didn't tell anyone. The next year, on October 3rd, I went back, and it was there again. The same motorcycle, the same position, the same time, and the year after that, and the year after that. Every year, for 61 years. Ruth Ann looked at the three riders. Nobody ever believed me. I told my husband, my second husband, Robert Cooper, a good man, a patient man, and he didn't believe me. He thought it was grief. He thought it was my mind holding on to something it should have let go. He came with me once, to the curve, on the anniversary. He sat in the car with me. He waited. He saw nothing. The motorcycle did not appear for him. It only appears for certain people. People who... She stopped. She searched for the words. "People who need to see it," she said. "People who ride. People who understand what it means to ride through the dark to get to someone you love. People who understand Thomas." Marcus felt the weight of this settle into him. The motorcycle at mile marker 77 did not appear for everyone. It appeared for riders, for people who understood the language of motorcycles, for people who knew in their bodies and their bones what it felt like to ride through the dark on a winding mountain road, because someone you loved was on the other end. "Why this year?" Kevin asked. "Why 3 of us? Why 3 nights in a row?" Ruth Ann looked at Kevin. She looked at the fire. She looked at the photograph on the mantel, Thomas grinning, on the duo glide in the summer sun. "Because this is the last year," Ruth Ann said. The room went very quiet. "I'm 81 years old," Ruth Ann said. "My health is not good. My doctor has told me things that I do not need to share with strangers, but I will tell you this. I will not be going to mile marker 77 next October. This year was the last time." She looked at the 3 riders with her pale, steady eyes. "I think Thomas knows. I think he knows this is the last year I will come. And I believe, that the motorcycle appearing for you, for 3 riders on 3 nights, was Thomas's way of telling the story one last time, of making sure that someone else knew, someone else remembered. Before I'm gone and the last person who loved Thomas Fletcher is no longer here to stand on the shoulder and watch the curve in the dark. Ruth Ann stood up slowly. She walked to the mantel. She picked up the photograph of Thomas on the Duo Glide. She held it in both hands. She looked at it for a long time. "He was riding to me," she said. Her voice was barely a whisper. "That night, October 3rd, 1963, he was riding to me. I called him. I was crying. I asked him to come, and he came. He got on his motorcycle and he rode into the dark, and he rode too fast because I was scared, and he wanted to get to me. And he died. 3 miles short of the top of the mountain, 30 miles short of me." A tear ran down Ruth Ann's cheek, just one. She did not wipe it. "He has been trying to get to me for 61 years, every October. The motorcycle appears on the curve because that is where the ride stopped. That is where Thomas stopped. And every year, the motorcycle lies on the road and waits, as if it is waiting for someone to pick it up and finish the ride, to take Thomas over the mountain, to bring him to Blairsville, to bring him to me." She looked at the 3 riders, but nobody ever picks it up. The motorcycle lies there and people see it and people are frightened by it and people ride away. Nobody stops to help. Nobody picks the motorcycle up off the road. Nobody finishes the ride. The room was silent. The fire crackled. The afternoon light was fading. The shadows were getting longer. Marcus looked at Kevin. Kevin looked at Diana. Something passed between the 3 of them. Not words, not a plan, but a shared understanding. A recognition. The same recognition that Dale Morrow had felt on Route 23 when he stopped his motorcycle in the middle of the road and spoke Carl Dupree's name. The recognition that the story they were inside was not a story about fear. It was a story about love. And the story needed not witnesses but participants. "What if we picked it up?" Marcus said. Ruth Ann looked at him. Her pale eyes widened slightly. "What if we went to mile marker 77 tonight?" Marcus said. "On the anniversary. And what if the motorcycle appears? And what if, instead of riding away, we pick it up? We stand it up. We point it north, toward Blairsville, toward you. And we finish the ride." Ruth Ann held the photograph against her chest, the same way she had held it at Thomas's funeral 61 years ago. The same way she had held it every October since. The same way a person holds the last piece of someone they have lost. "You would do that," she said. "We would do that," Marcus said. "All 3 of us." Ruth Ann looked at the photograph. She looked at the 3 riders. She looked at the fire. She looked at the window where the October afternoon was turning gold and the mountains were beginning to darken. "October 3rd was last Thursday," Ruth Ann said. "The motorcycle appears on the anniversary. It might not appear tonight." "It appeared for 3 nights after the anniversary," Diana said. "Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Maybe it will appear again tonight. Maybe it's been waiting. Maybe it's been appearing every night this week, waiting for someone to do what Marcus is suggesting." Ruth Ann was quiet for a very long time. The fire burned. The light faded. The room grew dimmer. "Go," Ruth Ann said. "Go to the curve tonight. See if the motorcycle is there. And if it is, if Thomas's Duo Glide is lying on the road at mile marker 77, pick it up. Stand it up, point it north, and ride with it. Ride beside it. Bring Thomas over the mountain." She paused. She wiped her face. "Bring him home to me." They left Ruth Ann's house at about 6:30. The sun was going down behind the mountains to the west. The sky was turning orange and purple. The air was cold. The October evening was settling over Blairsville with the particular weight that autumn evenings have in the mountains, heavy, still, full of the smell of wood smoke and fallen leaves in the approaching cold of night. They rode south, 3 motorcycles, the Iron 883, the Sportster 1200, the Road King. 3 riders who had come to this mountain as strangers and who were now riding together with a shared purpose that bound them as tightly as any friendship or family. They rode south on Route 19, over the north side of Blood Mountain, through Neal's Gap, past the Appalachian Trail crossing, and down the winding curves of the south face toward mile marker 77. The road was dark. The sun was gone. The trees were black silhouettes against a sky that was turning from deep blue to black. The headlights of the 3 Harleys cut through the darkness in a staggered formation, Marcus in front on the Road King, Diana behind him on the Sportster, Kevin behind her on the Iron 883. 3 headlights, 3 engines, 3 riders heading south into the dark toward a curve where a young man died 61 years ago while riding north to the woman he loved. They reached mile marker 77 at about 7:45. Marcus slowed. He signaled. He pulled off the road onto the shoulder on the inside of the curve. Diana and Kevin followed. They shut off their engines. They put down their kickstands. They got off their motorcycles. The curve was dark. The guardrail was barely visible, a thin line of rusted metal at the edge of the road. The white cross was visible, its paint catching the faint residual light of the sky. The plaque was too dark to read, but they knew what it said. Thomas Randall Fletcher, 1941 to 1963. Ride in peace. They stood on the shoulder and looked at the curve. The road was empty. No motorcycle. No broken mirror glass. No crash. Just dark pavement and darkness. "What time did Thomas crash?" Kevin asked. "About 8:15, Marcus said. "According to the police report." They waited, standing on the shoulder in the cold, in the dark, looking at the empty curve. 3 riders waiting for a ghost motorcycle to appear on a mountain road in North Georgia on a Saturday night in October. 8 o'clock. Nothing. The road was empty. The curve was dark. The mountain was silent. 8:05. Nothing. A car passed, heading south, its headlights sweeping across the curve, illuminating the guardrail and the cross and the pavement and the 3 motorcycles parked on the shoulder. The car's driver probably wondered what 3 riders were doing standing on the side of the road in the dark. The car passed. The darkness returned. 8:10. Nothing. The cold deepened. Kevin pulled his jacket tighter. Diana put her hands in her pockets. Marcus stood with his arms at his sides, his face calm, his eyes on the curve. 8:13. Kevin saw it first. "There," he said, quietly. Marcus and Diana looked. In the middle of the curve, on the dark pavement, something was materializing, not appearing suddenly, the way it had appeared for each of them individually, materializing slowly, fading in, the way an image fades in on a screen, or the way a figure emerges from fog. First, the outline, the general shape of a motorcycle on its side, darker than the pavement around it, a shadow within a shadow. Then the details, the chrome, catching the faint starlight and beginning to reflect it. The tank, its 2-tone colors becoming visible, dark blue on top, cream on the bottom. The wheels, the fenders, the exhaust pipes. The motorcycle materialized over the course of about 30 seconds. From nothing to something. From darkness to presence. From absence to existence. like a photograph developing in a darkroom tray, the image appearing slowly, gaining contrast, gaining detail, gaining reality, until the motorcycle was there, fully there, solidly there, on its left side, in the middle of the curve, at mile marker 77. The Duo Glide. Thomas Fletcher's Duo Glide. Dark blue and cream. Broken mirror. Bent exhaust. Scratched chrome. Cold engine. No rider. The three riders looked at the motorcycle. The motorcycle lay on the road and did not move. The mountain was silent. The stars turned slowly overhead. Marcus walked toward the motorcycle. He walked slowly, deliberately, the way he did everything. He walked into the curve, onto the pavement, toward the downed Duo Glide. Diana walked beside him. Kevin walked behind them. They reached the motorcycle. They stood beside it. They looked at it. The chrome, the paint, the cracked leather seat, the registration pouch under the seat, the broken mirror glass scattered on the pavement like small fallen stars. Marcus crouched down. He gripped the handlebar with his right hand and the frame rail with his left. He looked at Diana and Kevin. "Help me," he said. The three of them lifted the motorcycle. Together, Marcus on the handlebars, Diana on the frame, Kevin on the rear fender. The bike was heavy. A 1963 Duo Glide weighs over 700 pounds. But 3 people can lift 700 pounds, especially 3 people who are motivated by something stronger than muscle. They stood the motorcycle up. They set it on its wheels. They kicked the kickstand down. They stepped back. The Duo Glide stood in the middle of the curve at mile marker 77, upright, on its wheels, for the first time in 61 years. The dark blue and cream tank catching the starlight, the chrome gleaming faintly, the handlebars pointing straight ahead, north, toward Neal's Gap, toward Blairsville, toward Ruth Ann. The 3 riders stood beside the motorcycle and looked at it. The motorcycle stood on its kickstand and looked north, down the dark road, toward the mountain it had never crossed. And then the engine started, the same way it had started for Marcus the week before, without a kick, without a key, without any visible mechanism. The panhead Phi twin turned over and caught and rumbled to life, the deep, heavy potato, filling the curve and the ravine and the mountain and the dark October sky. The headlight came on, the pale yellow glow, warm and old, the light of 1963, the light that Thomas Fletcher's headlight had cast on this road on the last night of his life. The motorcycle was running. The motorcycle was upright. The motorcycle was pointing north. Marcus looked at Diana. Diana looked at Kevin. Kevin looked at Marcus. "Let's ride," Marcus said. They ran to their motorcycles. 3 engines started, the Iron 883, the Sportster, the Road King, 3 modern engines joining the old engine, 3 voices joining the ancient voice, 4 motorcycles rumbling together in the dark curve at mile marker 77. And then the Duo Glide began to move. It moved forward, slowly, rolling off the kickstand retracting on its own, the motorcycle moving under its own power. No rider, no hands on the grips, no feet on the pegs, just the motorcycle rolling forward, out of the curve, onto the straightaway, heading north. Marcus pulled out behind it. Diana pulled out behind Marcus. Kevin pulled out behind Diana. A formation of 4, the riderless Duo Glide in front, its pale yellow headlight cutting through the dark. The 3 modern Harleys behind it, their brighter headlights adding to the beam, creating a corridor of light on the dark mountain road. They rode north, slowly, about 25 miles an hour. The Duo Glide leading, the 3 riders following up the winding south face of Blood Mountain, through the curves that Thomas Fletcher had ridden 100 times in the daylight and once in the dark. The curves that had killed him. The curves that he was now riding again 61 years later with an escort of 3 strangers who had picked his motorcycle up off the road and pointed it toward home. The Duo Glide rode perfectly. It leaned through the curves. Actually leaned, the way a motorcycle is supposed to lean, the way a motorcycle must lean to turn. The same curves where the headlight had not leaned when Dale Morrow was being followed on Route 23. The same physics that had been violated on Route 23 were being observed here. The Duo Glide was leaning. The Duo Glide was turning. The Duo Glide was riding the way a motorcycle rides when it is being ridden by someone who knows the road. Thomas was riding. Thomas was leaning through the curves. Thomas was finally making the ride he had not been able to finish 61 years ago. They climbed the mountain. The road curved and curved again. The engines rumbled in the dark. 4 voices, 1 old and 3 new, echoing off the rock faces and the trees in the dark mountain sky. The night was cold. The stars were bright. The road was empty except for the 4 motorcycles heading north. They reached the top, Neal's Gap, the place where the Appalachian Trail crosses the highway, the high point of Blood Mountain, the place Thomas had never reached. The Duo Glide did not stop at the top. It kept going, over the peak, down the north side, into the curves and the descents that led to the valleys below, into the road that led to Blairsville. They rode down the north side of Blood Mountain. The curves were gentler here. The grades were less steep. The road widened slightly. The descent was smooth and steady, and the 4 motorcycles moved through it together in formation, the Duo Glide leading with its pale yellow headlight, and the 3 modern Harleys following with their bright white beams. The miles passed. 25 miles, 20 miles, 15. The valley widened. The mountains opened up. The road straightened. The lights of Blairsville appeared ahead, a small cluster of warm amber lights in the dark valley. The street lights and the house lights and the gas station lights of a small mountain town at night. The Duo Glide rode toward the lights. It rode into Blairsville. It rode down Main Street. It rode through the town square, past the courthouse, past the restaurants, past the shops. It rode through the town the way Thomas would have ridden through the town, slowly, steadily, heading for Ruth Ann's house. It turned onto Ruth Ann's street, the quiet street with the chrysanthemums, the small house with the gray stone chimney, the front porch where the porch light was on. Ruth Ann had left it on, the way she had left it on 61 years ago, on the night she waited for Thomas to come over the mountain. The Duo Glide rolled down the street. It slowed. It stopped. It stopped in front of Ruth Ann's house, in the glow of the porch light, on the quiet street, 30 miles from mile marker 77, 61 years from October 3rd, 1963. The engine idled for a few seconds. The pale yellow headlight illuminated the chrysanthemums in Ruth Ann's yard, yellow and orange and deep red, the colors of autumn, the colors of the season Thomas Fletcher had loved. The front door of the house opened. Ruth Ann stepped out onto the porch. She was wearing a sweater and slippers and her white hair caught the porch light. She looked at the motorcycle in front of her house, the Duo Glide, dark blue and cream, the motorcycle she had seen in photographs for 61 years, the motorcycle she had never seen in person since the summer of 1963, when Thomas parked it in front of her parents' house and grinned at her from the seat. Ruth Ann walked down the porch steps. She walked across the yard. She walked to the motorcycle. She stood beside it. She put her hand on the tank, the dark blue and cream tank, The tank that Thomas had chosen because he liked the colors. The tank that had carried him over Blood Mountain 100 times, and that was carrying him now, one last time, to the place he had been trying to reach for 61 years. "You made it," Ruth Ann whispered. "You finally made it." The engine ran for a few more seconds, the deep, heavy rumble of the Panhead feed twin. The sound that Ruth Ann had listened for on the night of October 3rd, 1963. The sound that had never come. Until now. Then the engine stopped. Gently. The way a breath stops at the end of an exhale. The rumble faded. The headlight dimmed. The pale yellow glow softened and thinned and faded to nothing. The motorcycle was silent. The motorcycle was still. The motorcycle was standing in front of Ruth Ann's house, in the glow of the porch light, with Ruth Ann's hand on the tank and 3 riders on 3 Harleys parked on the street behind it. And then the motorcycle began to fade. The same slow materialization process, in reverse, the details dissolving, the chrome losing its gleam, the paint losing its color, the shape losing its solidity. The motorcycle becoming transparent, then translucent, then ghostly, then nothing, fading out the way it had faded in, like a photograph being undeveloped, like a memory being released, like a man who has finally reached the place he was going and who no longer needs the vehicle that brought him there. The motorcycle faded. The street was empty. The porch light shone on Ruth Ann, standing in her yard, her hand extended toward the place where the motorcycle had been, her fingers touching nothing but the cold October air. Ruth Ann stood there for a long time, her hand in the air, her eyes on the empty space, her face wet with tears that she did not wipe away, because wiping them away would mean acknowledging that they were there, and acknowledging that they were there would mean acknowledging that the motorcycle was gone, and acknowledging that the motorcycle was gone would mean acknowledging that Thomas was gone, truly gone, finally gone, after 61 years of trying to get to her. But he had gotten to her. That was the thing. He had gotten to her. After 61 years, after 3 witnesses, after 3 riders who picked up a crashed motorcycle on a dark mountain curve and rode with it over Blood Mountain and brought it to Blairsville and brought it to Ruth Ann, Thomas Fletcher had completed his last ride. Marcus and Diana and Kevin sat on their motorcycles in the street and watched Ruth Ann standing in her yard with her hand in the air. They did not speak. They did not move. They just watched, the way witnesses watch. The way people who have participated in something sacred watch the final moment of the sacred thing, in silence, in reverence, in the understanding that what they are seeing is bigger than themselves, and bigger than the moment, and bigger than anything they will ever be able to explain to anyone who was not there. After a while, Ruth Ann lowered her hand. She wiped her face. She looked at the 3 riders. "Thank you," she said. 2 words, the simplest words, the most important words. "You're welcome, ma'am," Marcus said. Ruth Ann looked at the place where the motorcycle had been one more time. Then she turned and walked across her yard and up her porch steps and through her front door. The door closed. The porch light stayed on. The 3 riders sat on their motorcycles in the quiet street for a few more minutes. The chrysanthemums glowed in the porch light. The stars turned overhead. The mountain, dark and massive and ancient, rose to the south, holding in its curves and its ravines and its guardrails the memory of every rider who had ever crossed it, and every rider who had not. Marcus started his engine. Diana started hers. Kevin started his. 3 Harleys rumbled softly in the quiet Blairsville street. Then they pulled away from the curb, one by one, and rode into the October night. That is the 3rd story. That is the last story. The rain is stopping now. Can you hear it? The drumming on the roof is getting softer. The drops are getting smaller. The spaces between the drops are getting longer. The storm is passing. The way all storms pass, slowly, gently, one drop at a time. The 3 stories are finished. The road to Hollow Creek is still there, waiting for the next rain. The mechanic's shop is still there, on the edge of Route 66, with a rebuilt panhead on the lift. And the curve at mile marker 77 is still there, on Blood Mountain with a white cross on the shoulder and a plaque that says, "Ride in peace." 3 roads, 3 motorcycles, 3 stories about the things that do not end when the engine stops. Love, grief, the need to finish what was started, the need to get home, the need to be seen. These are the things that survive us. These are the things that outlast the machines and the roads and the bodies that carry them. These are the things that keep the headlights burning in the dark long after the riders are gone. Good night. Sleep well. The rain has stopped. The road is quiet. The engines are off. And somewhere on a mountain road in Georgia, a porch light is still on, glowing warm and amber in the cold October night, waiting. The way porch lights have always waited, for the sound of an engine, for the sight of a headlight, for the person who is coming home. The person always comes home. Sometimes it just takes a little longer than expected. Good night.